The time now is 6:03 on September 13, 2023. I would like to reconvene the City Council successor agency to the Westminster Redevelopment Agency Housing Authority meeting. Meeting called to order. So roll call, please.
Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes, I'm here.
Councilmember Monzo,
I'm here.
Councilmember Ho.
Here.
Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Today for salute to flag will be Vice Mayor Nguyen, and invocation may I ask the city attorney to do it. Thank you. Please stand.
Okay, please put your hand over your hearts. Ready, begin.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we are grateful again for an opportunity to come and conduct the city's business. We ask that you would be here with us in all the decision-making and the discussions. We ask for wisdom to act on behalf of the people of this city. And we just ask for a productive, efficient meeting. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you. Thank you to Vice Mayor Nguyen and City Attorney. Next is City Attorney closed session report. Please report out of what we discussed today.
Thank you, Mayor. There were 4 items on the closed session because there was one item that was walked onto the agenda. It was an issue that arose after the agenda was posted. There was a motion made. It was for an item of potential initiation of litigation. It was motion was made by the mayor, seconded by Monzo, Councilmember Monzo, and approved 5-0 to walk that item on. The council in closed session heard all 4 items and provided direction. There is one item to report out, and that is on the walked-on item for initiation of litigation. On a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, and approved 5-0 by the council voted to authorize the city to participate along with other cities in the filing of an amicus curiae brief, which is a friend of the court brief. It is in support of a writ of certiorari being filed by the city of Grants Pass. The writ is asking for the U.S. Supreme Court to review the Ninth Circuit's decision in the case of Johnson versus the city of Grants Pass, United States Court of Appeal, Ninth Circuit, case number 20-35752 and 20-35881. The decision in Grants Pass examines the issue of how and when local anti-camping laws can be enforced when it comes to the homeless. The decision was intended to provide direction to cities on these issues, but the Ninth Circuit decision was extremely splintered in how the justices viewed this issue, so no clear direction was provided. The current status puts cities and our local police officers in a very difficult situation of not knowing how to apply our local laws. So the City Council felt that it was appropriate to join with other cities in filing an amicus curiae brief, requesting the U.S. Supreme Court to review this issue so that the courts can provide greater clarity on how and what rules the cities need to follow. Nothing further to report.
Thank you, City Attorney. Next is export communications. Do I have any from the council?
No.
Seeing none, hearing none, so we are moving to City Clerk report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. The agenda for this evening was amended to make the following changes. For agenda item number 3.13, staff has moved this item to be now considered as agenda item number 5.5. A late communication was sent out for agenda item number 5.4 to include approved and adopted minutes from prior council meetings relative to this item. There is a copy in the foyer for members of the public, and it is also available on our website. That concludes my report.
All right, next. Before we go to the next one, I'd like to know what do you have in modification for the 5.4? The amended.
So the only thing amended on 5.4 is the inclusion of 2 attachments. Nothing to the report itself was amended.
Okay, all right. Next is City Manager report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council, and members of the community. So first off, we want to report that the Westminster School District was back in session a couple of weeks ago, and our Westminster PD Traffic School Resource Officers teamed up with the cities of Cypress, Seal Beach, and Los Alamitos in order to conduct a traffic education and enforcement on the first day of school. Officers were present in our city at Warner and Johnson Middle Schools, as well as Eastwood, Schmidt, Sequoia, Finley, DeMille, and Weber Elementary Schools. Officers focus on violations pertaining to the safety of the children and parents walking to school. In total, officers issued 49 citations and nearly equal number of warnings to motorists. So as our kids return to school and as they continue the school year, it's a reminder to drive safely, be aware of your surroundings during drop-off and pickup times, and our Traffic Bureau will continue to provide high visibility throughout the school year to ensure the students stay safe. So we want to thank them for their efforts out there. September 19th is National Voter Registration Day. The City Clerk's Office would like to encourage all members of the community to register to vote. For the youth in the community that are between the ages of 16 and 17, you're eligible to pre-register to vote. On your 18th birthday, your registration becomes active. You'll be eligible to vote in upcoming elections. So be a part of our civic responsibility, and for more information on how to register, check the status of your registration or how to pre-register to vote, contact the clerk's office at 714-548-3237, and they'll help you get connected with the Orange County Registrar of Voters. Over in Sigler Park, you may have seen some activity over the past few weeks. By the end of this week, we are going to be completing the resurfacing project at Sigler Park, which includes 2 handball courts, 1.5 basketball courts, and 3 new pickleball courts. So we'll be having a grand opening, or ribbon cutting rather, for that new addition of the park in the next coming weeks. So stay tuned for more information on that. Our Taste of Westminster event is coming up, and sign up to experience the event. Or if you have a restaurant that you would like to participate in the event, contact our Community Services and Recreation Division. The Taste of Westminster is a subcomponent of our Fall Festival, and that Taste of Westminster will be Friday, September 22nd from 5 to 9 p.m. It'll feature different tastings from local restaurants. Our Fall Festival will then kick off on that same day, Friday, September 22nd, and runs through Sunday, September 24th at the Civic Center. So join us for an unforgettable experience to kick off the fall season. The Fall Festival this year is much larger. It'll feature carnival rides, games, live entertainment, music vendors, community groups, delicious food, and even a beer garden. So bring your family and friends. This, and of course, the last weekend to cool off at Sigler Park Splash Pad, since we are closing out the summer, is this weekend. So our splash pad will be closed for the season. So right now, you can come visit from 12 to 5 p.m. And last but not least, we'd like to welcome our newest staff member to the Senior Center. As you know, our Senior Center is very, very active with many activities, and we're excited to welcome our new Community Services and Recreation Coordinator, Travis Ramsdell. He has previously worked with the City of Cypress, so we're excited to have him on our team. And that concludes my report.
All right, thank you again for very informed report, as always. Now is special presentations. There are a couple of changes this time, and so I hope that you don't object that. But I know the staff trying to have a short version of their proclamation compared to the one that we print out. Second is I would like to read their proclamation here, and then we can all go down and take the pictures. So first, we go with Hunger Action Month. Hunger Action Month, September 2023. Today, we unite to address a concern that affects our community's well-being and future. Hunger and poverty touch the lives of many Californians, including those here in Westminster. In our state, over 10% of individuals face food insecurity daily. Shockingly, 1 in 7 children in California doesn't have a guaranteed meal. Closer to home, more than 267,000 individuals in Orange County, including 64,000 children, experience food insecurity. We are inspired by proactive approach of the Orange County Hunger Alliance, which include About Food Care, Orange County Food Bank, and Second Harvest Food Bank. They are committed to educating us about our food bank important role in addressing hunger. This proclamation emphasizes our determination to shed light on food insecurity within our city. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen and council members Amy Fan West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim September 2023 as Hunger Action Month in the City of Westminster and urge to bring attention to food insecurity in our communities and enlist the public in the movement to end hunger by taking action, including volunteerships, social media shares, and donations, to ensure every community and everybody in it has the food they need to thrive. Like I said, we will come down and we'll ask a representative to accept the proclamation. The next one is the National Voter Registration Day, September 19, 2023. As you earlier you heard from the report from the city manager. So with this, we will announce proclamation National Voter Registration Day, September 19, 2023. Today, we highlight the vital aspect of democracy, the right to vote. As we know, our government shines when citizens actively participate in the voting process. On September 19, 2023, we celebrate National Voter Registration Day, an independent occasion that underlines the significance of our civic duty. It's a day to encourage our friends, family, and neighbors to register to vote, ensuring their voices are heard. Census data from 2020 indicates that many eligible Americans remain unregistered. This calls us to action to rally our community's engagement. Remember, this simple act exerts great power in sharing our collective future. Now, therefore, I, Chi Charlie Nguyen, Mayor of the City of Westminster, on behalf of Vice Mayor Nam Quan Nguyen and council members Amy Fan West, Carlos Manzo, and Kimberly Ho, do hereby proclaim September 19, 2023 as National Voter Registration Day in the City of Westminster and urge all citizens to observe this day by ensuring they are registered to vote. At this time, I would like to invite all council members to join me at the podium so that we can hand out the proclamations. We first go with the Hunger Action Month. Wow, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
And on behalf of the City Council, we are here to present you the proclamation. Okay, we can have it. Yeah. Good.
So, my name is Mark Lowry. I represent the Orange County Food Bank at the Community Action Partnership of Orange County. We're located just 3 miles from here and distributed 26 million pounds of food last year, serving families directly each day, but also supplying food to 250 other community-based organizations throughout Orange County. But as you heard, we joined together with 2 other partner organizations to try to start combating some of the underlying causes of poverty that create situations where so many people throughout our community struggle to feed themselves and their families each and every day. So on their behalf, we appreciate you drawing attention to the issue of hunger. We want to let people know that this is not an issue that affects people only during the holiday season, but an issue that impacts people every day of the year. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being here. Thank you for all the work that you do. Next is the representative for National Voters Registration Day. Do we have some? Okay, please come up. On behalf of the City Council, and they are here to present you the proclamation. Okay, you want to come back here? Okay, you.
Sure. Hello, everyone. My name is Enadina Chim, and I'm representing the Orange County Registrar of Voters. We administer elections here in Orange County and currently hold about approximately a little bit more than 1.8 million voters records. We're responsible for maintaining those records as well as providing all of the election materials here in Orange County, including the translation of those materials out to voters that may need it. And we also have a very robust program when it comes to voter education and outreach. Right now we're underway in preparations for high school voter education weeks, as well as commemorating National Voter Registration Day by being out at the new citizenship ceremony out at the Anaheim Grove, as well as other virtual events in partnerships with high schools and college students as well.
Thank you very much. And why don't we?
Mr. Mayor, may I say something? Okay.
Thank you very much. And now, who wants to speak?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to say thank you so much for doing outreach, register a voter, because it's so important. This is the land of the free and home of the brave. And, you know, we have the ability to vote, and we have a voice. And I'm so happy, and thank you for doing that, because where I escape from, most of us here escape from, we don't have that voice. And thank you for allowing us and informing other people to get involved in voting, and that letting them know that their voice matter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. And we can get back to our desks for continue the meeting. Once again, thank you for being here, and thank you for all the work that you do on behalf of the community. Next is for the special presentation today, we have update from Westminster Community Foundation, and I believe there are a number of them are here today. So I would like to invite you to come to the podium and present it to the council. And while you coming up, we appreciate we council. City Council appreciate that all the work that you do for the community.
Good evening, Mayor Charlie, Chi Nguyen, and the City Council. My name is Dominic Lay, President of the Westminster Community Foundation, and by my side, our Vice President, Julie Yip, and our Treasurer, Lam Châu Nguyen, and Assistant Treasurer, Mr. Duy Hong, and Board Member, Mr. Thiệu Chan, and Ms. Đào Chan. Our Secretary, Frank Berry, cannot be here today due to his previous commitment to his veteran association. On behalf of the Westminster
Can you
Community
get closer
Foundation.
to the mic?
On behalf of the Westminster Community Foundation, aka WCF, I'm very happy and honored to be here to update the progress of WCF to the City Council and Westminster community. We are very committed and very confident that we will to make a foundation a success, to support our community activity, like state parade and other future plans for our Westminster community. We have established a final approval bylaw, and with the city attorney, Christian Bettenhausen, help and guidance, we are also complete the 1023 application to the IRS and for the 501c3 nonprofit organization, pending approval from the IRS. We have gotten the EIN number and tax ID with the IRS. We have opened a business checking account and set up a mailing PO box. Our resourceful treasurer, Ms. Lam Châu Nguyen, has already gotten quite a few donations for our foundation for over $1,000. Kudos to our treasurer. And of course, our board member will surely jump in action once we start the fundraising process. We are here to ask the City Council if you can provide us some of the initial funding to the foundation. This way we can start doing the fundraising event for the WCF as soon as we would have an initial startup budget and of probably about $20,000 to $25,000 for the initial funding. This startup funding will help us to create our own website, marketing and promotional products, purchase non-profit fundraising software, and podcasts, communication and organizing community event to bring our community together. We need money to make money for the foundation. And then also currently we have 2 vacancies on the board of director. So we request the City Council to nominate 2 new members to fulfill 2 vacancy spots. Thank you for giving our foundation the time to update our progress. Thank you all board members to attend this meeting. Now please welcome our Vice President, Ms. Julie Yip, who will speak on our vision and fundraising plan and other community activity. Ms. Julie.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor G. Charlie Nguyen, City Council Member, City Manager, and staff. It is a special thank you to Council Member Carlos Manso for the nomination to be part of the Westminster Community Foundation, and especially for the opportunity to serve the residents of Westminster. It is an honor and a privilege to stand before you as the Vice President of WCF, the Westminster Community Foundation. My name is Julie Yip. I'm a proud American and a refugee from the Vietnam War. I salute all those who have fought for our freedom and made the ultimate sacrifice to afford me the opportunity to be part of this great nation and community. Today, I am a medical professional working with children with disability and also veterans with brain injuries. I want to thank you for your careful consideration for approving the one-time request for initial funding startup for the foundation. This seed money will allow us to effectively share our vision and successfully fundraise for various community programs, events throughout the community, starting with a Tet Parade. This will give us a strong national and international visibility for the city of Westminster by also increasing tourism and thereby increasing the local economy. Our vision of inclusion and diversity will help to bring our community together to a common cause, and that is to fund events and expand programs, especially for children, seniors, and veterans. We invite you to attend our upcoming fundraisers and to also volunteer with us. Again, thank you for your support and guidance, and we look forward to working collaboratively with our community leaders and residents to make this your foundation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can go back to your seat, but I surely think that our council appreciate of what you put in, your effort, your dedication, and everything. And I believe that the two speakers also mentioned about the seed money initial funding. I don't know how the council members think about it, but I think that we have to work through the city manager, and I don't know if city manager have anything to say about it.
We'll reach out to the foundation, get more details, and it would be presented to the council.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you very much. Again, thanks for that. Now we can move on to oral communication. City clerk, would you please read that into the record, please?
Absolutely. This is the time in the meeting that members of the public may address the City Council regarding any items on the agenda or non-agenda items that are within the subject matter jurisdiction. Except public hearing items, members of the public wishing to address public hearing items shall do so at the time of the public hearing. Unless otherwise extended by a majority vote of the City Council, comment shall be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city clerk. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and the city of residence for the record.
Thank you very much. I would like to add to that too. I know that I'd rather take a couple minutes to talk about it instead of, new people don't know about it. We also have a resolution 4963, and that resolution is the resolution of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, establishing rules of decorum and civility at the city council meeting. So with that, I would like to ask that you treat with courtesies, treat everyone with courtesy, listen to the city official, city staff, and other members of the public respectfully, exercise self-control and avoid threat of violence and allow insulting, demeaning, or offensive communications. Be open-minded and consider all viewpoints. Allow all members of the public to speak without intimidation or interruption. So the rules of decorum is that no person attending the city council meeting shall repeatedly or excessively engage in disorderly conduct that disturbs, disrupts, or otherwise impedes the orderly conduct of the meeting. All remarks by member of public shall be addressed to mayor, presiding official, or the city council as a whole, and not to any other members or member of the public. All persons attending city council meeting shall obey any law order of the mayor, presiding official, which is me, to enforce the rules of decorum. All persons attending the city council meeting shall listen courteously and attentively to all public discussion at the meeting and avoid interrupting members of the public addressing the city council or city official. enforcement rules of the quorum and severity policy. Well, if everything fails, then in the event of that any member of public breaches the rule of decorum in a manner that disrupt, and otherwise impede the orderly conduct of the city council meeting, the mayor presiding, which is me, officer, shall issue the official warning and may result as to leave the council. With that, I also want to make sure that order, let us cautious about there are people, younger people and student, high school student. They also follow through the website, to the YouTube. We'll make sure that we avoid the profanity in the language so that we can communicate effectively to each other. So with that, I would like to open the over communication and go ahead and call for the first speaker, please.
The first speaker is Jessica Lassino.
Good evening, everyone. I'd like to share some information and thoughts with you ahead of the Megan's Organic Market presentation this evening. And as you consider the idea of bringing cannabis shops to Westminster, you might have some concerns about the perception of cannabis with your constituents, and I've heard some of those concerns. Perhaps you're thinking that the voters might not be happy if these shops come to Westminster. And while it's true that in the past, recreational use of cannabis was somewhat taboo in mainstream culture, I'm here to tell you that attitudes have changed. Since the 1990s, public opinion about cannabis legalization has become dramatically more accepting. To date, 23 states have legalized cannabis and more in the process of legalizing it. According to a 2022 Pew Research study, an overwhelming share of US adults, 88%, say that marijuana should be legal for medical or recreational use by adults. Just 1 in 10 people say that marijuana should not be legal. Anecdotally, my own views and those of my neighbors have changed over the last 10 years or so. It's a topic of conversation that's come up a lot lately. We would have once not wanted retail cannabis in our community, but we're now saying yes. We realize the economic potential of these stores. Seeing neighboring communities like Santa Ana, Stanton, and Costa Mesa benefit from retail cannabis with little downside, we're ready to start reaping the economic rewards the tax dollars would bring. So what I'm asking you to do is just listen to the presentation with an open mind and an understanding that many, if not the majority of your constituents, want these shops in our city. And before I leave the podium, I'm asking for you to just clarify item 5.4 when you discuss it later in the evening. I understand the nature of the item. What I don't understand is the reason for the item. To the best of my recollection, was a few months ago, the council unanimously agreed that the mayor should have unilateral ability to place an item on the agenda because of the singular role that he plays on the council. And I get it, people can change their mind. I change my mind all the time, back and forth. But though that's your prerogative, people typically change their mind when they see that there's a problem with their previous point of view. And I can't recall any instances of the mayor misusing this special privilege of placing items on the agenda without a second. And it leads me to wonder why we're spending precious time on an issue that doesn't seem to really affect the well-being of the people of Westminster. So I guess what I'm asking for you is just clarify that. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tim Hogan.
Many a mickle makes a muckle. It sounds gibberish, but it contains a great truth. A Scottish proverb, it was a favorite of Benjamin Franklin and George Washington. It holds that collecting many little things is worthwhile, for they add it to something big. Take care of the pennies, and the pounds will take care of themselves. Of course, as all our discussions should, this leads back to the city's disastrous financial situation. No need to belabor it. We all know how dire our plight is. And we all know how impossible it is all around. You five had little to do with creating the disaster, but you're tasked with cleaning it up. For however unfair it may be, you will be blamed should bankruptcy befall us. Fortunately, we're moving forward. Measure Y has bought us a short respite while we consider adding the 0.5%. And despite a herky-jerky approach, new business is being welcomed. Electronic billboards promise a good sum of revenue, and the mall, though years yet from fruition, holds promise. Together, these moves contribute a fair mickle towards solvency, but it's not enough. We need more if we're to build a vibrant city. And so I read with great enthusiasm tonight's agenda, item 5.3, a proposal for cannabis retail shop. I don't use marijuana, but I recognize its potential to help alleviate our financial woes. I also know it's used for far more purposes than recreation. It helps alleviate chronic medical conditions, both in the elderly and our veterans. And I remember last year's report from Chief Linya, who found legitimate vendors do not encourage crime, rather the opposite. Because of the security they keep in place, the community around their establishments are safer, with less homeless loitering around. I don't know the particulars of tonight's proposal, but I've researched the issue, talked with numerous people both here and elsewhere about it, and I believe permitting cannabis dispensaries is both valid and valuable. We can make a lot of moolah with little effort. So Council, step forward, take the initiative, and lead this city out of its long persistent financial doldrums. Help us all to have a better life by making our future more secure. Do what is necessary and right to resolve our issues, but most assuredly, do not wait. The clock's ticking. Our hour of peril is not near, it is here. We must do what we can today, for we have no assurances what tomorrow may bring. For as time passes, other cities will act to establish these legitimate businesses, and we will lose the advantage of being the pioneer. And as our finances crumble, this city's council, with or without you five on it, will eventually act in self-interest to move forward on this idea. But alas, there won't be as much revenue to command, for competition will be flush. Be not a profile in discouragement. Rather, make bold steps now to secure our collective future. But most assuredly, don't muckle this all up.
Our next speaker is Dao Tran.
Good evening. My name is Dao Tran. I would like to voice my opinion on item 5.4 in the agenda today. In December 2022, when the new mayor and 2 new council members took office, I was full of hope that they will bring Westminster City to a new chapter of peace, prosperity, and safety. But look at what one of them did today. At the council meeting on February 22nd, 2023, a motion was made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Council Member Phan West, to allow the mayor to have sole authority to place an item on agenda. And that motion was passed 5-0. Now, just a little over 6 months, that same councilwoman, Amy West, turned around and requested another amendment on the same issue, which treats the mayor like any other council members, required to have a second in order to place an item on the agenda. I wonder why she is wasting the city time and money for her own vendetta. It is so ridiculous, and it shows that Councilwoman West does not have anything better to do for the city rather than her jealousy, revenge, and retaliation toward Mayor Nguyen for not voting with her to dismiss the city manager. How's about Councilwoman Ho, who seconded West's suggestion? Councilwoman Ho, you should know better than adding and abetting Councilmember West to waste more of city resources. Remember, just in the February second meeting, 5 members of the council voted to allow the mayor to have sole authority to place an item on the agenda. Think about it. How can you forget it's too fast? How is placing item 5.4 in the agenda help moving the city forward like West always brags about? What hypocrite you are, Miss West. The mayor represents the whole city and he certainly has more responsibility and authority. Councilmember West, you should take care of your District 1 resident.
The time is up.
Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Nat Lin.
Xin chào ông thị trưởng và các nghị viên của thành phố. Hôm nay tôi đặc biệt nói chuyện nhiều hơn với cô Amy Fan West. Thưa cô, tôi là người đã từng vận động cử tri kêu gọi cư dân ủng hộ cho cô. Nhưng khi cô ngồi lên ghế nghị viên của Hội đồng thành phố chỉ 5 tháng, chúng tôi đã thấy cô là một người không có năng lực, không có tâm trong sáng để làm người đại diện cử tri phục vụ cộng đồng cư dân của thành phố này.
Councilmember West, I was one of the few supporters to go on your campaign for you. But when you are voted in the council in just a few months, I found you don't have the professional capacity, you don't have a clear mind, a good heart, and you are not here to work for the city or for the community.
Điều quan trọng là cô đã thể hiện đậm nét là một người háo danh, tham vọng, chỉ thích đánh bóng tên tuổi để leo cao, trèo cao và kiếm tiền từ vị trí dân cử.
The important thing I noticed, you are just hungry for fame, very ambitious. You just like to polish your name so you can advance quickly in your political career.
Gần 9 tháng qua, trong các cuộc họp, cô bất chấp luật lệ, quy định, quy chế của thành phố. Cô lấn lướt quyền hành của thị trưởng, phó thị trưởng và các nghị viên đồng viện của cô. Cô mặc nhiên đòi hỏi tự ký giấy tờ, văn bản để gửi đi. Cô đòi phát biểu trong các event dù có mặt thị trưởng ở đó. Thậm chí có một lần tôi được một người trong ban tổ chức của một event cho biết cô đã tự ý hoán đổi bản tên của thị trưởng dán nơi ghế ngồi của ông và của cô để cô được ngồi ở hàng ghế ở trên. Hành động bỉ ổi.
For the past 9 months during council meetings, you disregard the laws and regulations. You try to overpower your authorities, whether it's the mayor or the vice mayor. You want to represent the city to write letters to the state or federal levels, while it's clearly the mayor's responsibility. You want to speak at all events, whether the host wishes or not.
Hôm nay tôi có mặt ở đây để lên tiếng về việc cô đưa vào nghị trình 5.4 để lấy đi quyền hành của thị trưởng. Tôi đã biết lý do này chỉ vì cô muốn trả thù cá nhân nhỏ mọn. Vì ông thị trưởng đã say no khi cô và phó thị trưởng Nam Quang đưa ra nghị trình xem xét cho thôi việc Medicare của thành phố. Nhớ rằng chính cô đã đồng ý quyền hạn đặc biệt này của ông thị trưởng trong tháng 1 và tháng 2 vừa qua. Nay cô tự thay đổi. Nghĩa là thế nào? Tiền thuế của cư dân để dùng vào những việc lợi ích xây dựng và phát triển thành phố. Không một ông bà nghị viên nào được lạm quyền dùng tiền thuế của cư dân để chi trả cho những cuộc họp vô bổ, đưa ra những luật, thay đổi luật nhanh chóng chỉ vì đấu đá triệt hạ nhau một cách đê tiện.
Today I want to voice my opinion about item 5.4. You try to strip the mayor's authority. You want to say there is no difference between the mayor and the council members. I believe it is just a retaliation against the mayor because he did not vote per your wish to let go the city manager. Remember, just earlier this year, on January 11 and February 22nd, Councilmember West, you yourself spoke in favor of the mayor having sole authority to place an item on the agenda, and the motion carried with 5.0. Now, out of the blue, you request to change the rule in less than 7 months. Taxpayers' money should be used for important issues, for the benefits and development of the city. No one of the city council should abuse the power to bring up items for useless meeting time and resources to make laws and quickly change laws just to fight and destroy each other for their ego.
Thưa với lại quý nghị viên của thành phố, tôi đặc biệt kêu gọi bà nghị viên Kimberly Hồ, ông Carlos Menzo và ông Phó Thị trưởng Nam Quang, hãy nghĩ đến cư dân, nghĩ đến cộng đồng. Quý vị làm gì cũng phải dựa trên quy chuẩn và luật lệ của thành phố. Hãy thấy rõ cái âm mưu xấu xa và đê tiện của nghị viên Amifan West.
Mayor and council members, especially council member West and Ho, please think of the Westminster residents of the community in whatever you do. Everything should be based on the standard of laws. The mayor is voted. The voters of the entire city, while the council member is per district. The mayor has to listen to execute the wishes of the voters and the residents of the whole city.
Ông thị trưởng của thành phố là phải được cử tri của toàn thành phố bầu. Nghị viên chỉ là cư dân trong một địa hạt bầu. Điều đó đã thấy rõ rằng không thể đánh đồng thị trưởng chỉ một lá phiếu và các nghị viên cũng chỉ một lá phiếu. Quý vị làm như vậy là sai với những luật lệ.
Your time's up. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Hugh Donato. Hugh? Apologies, Sway.
Donato. Yeah.
Sorry.
Hai thị trưởng Charlie Nguyễn Mạnh Trí và các nghị viên trong thành phố. Tôi tên là Huệ Dendeto. Okay.
Hi, council member and everybody.
Em đọc trước xong em đọc tiếng Việt. Tôi muốn đọc tiếng Việt trước xong rồi nhờ người thông dịch.
The whole thing, right?
Dạ, whole thing. Hôm nay tôi muốn nói chuyện với Amy. Just remember me.
Can you get
Người
closer
ta
to the
gọi cô.
mic? Yep.
Tôi nghe người ta gọi cô là tự cao tự đại. Cô muốn làm cái gì? Cô nghĩ là cô là điểm tâm của vũ trụ này sao? Người ta nói không sai. Bây giờ tôi đã nhận thức ra là bà thật là hỗn láo. Không có một chút tự trọng khi một buổi họp. Bà tranh cãi với ông thị trưởng rằng ông một phiếu, tôi cũng một phiếu. Bà nghĩ rằng ai cũng giống như ai à. Vì thế, bà muốn nói bất cứ điều gì, bà bất cứ lúc nào, bà muốn nói là nói. Không cần hỏi han ai. Thưa bà cần phải hỏi thêm và phải tự chủ lấy mình. Ngay cả tôi cũng còn biết là hội đồng thành phố phải bầu phiếu lấy quyết định chung là có nên tiếp tục thảo luận thêm về một vấn đề tài nào đó nữa không. Khi đã có 2 người đề nghị và call for question. Tuy vậy bà cứ khăng khăng đòi nói. Tôi nghĩ bà không biết và bà đã hành động sai luật. Mặc dù luật sư thành phố đã nói cho bà biết, giải thích cho bà biết, nhưng mà không care. Bà đã làm xấu mặt bà. Vậy mà ngay sau đó bà lên Facebook khoe khoang giận dữ nói rằng tốt cả thế giới để viết về bà. Bà cần phải học hỏi nhiều lắm. Rồi bây giờ bà muốn trả đũa ông thị trưởng và đề nghị phần 5.4 để chứng minh là chức vụ của một nghị viên bằng với thị trưởng đều bằng nhau. Không, sai. Bà cần trưởng thành hơn và hành động như một người hiểu biết. Bà chỉ là một nghị viên của một địa hạt mà thôi. Còn ông thị trưởng là cả một thành phố Westminster bầu ra. Còn nghị viên Kim Như Hồ, gần đây tôi thấy có phần thay đổi ở bà. Tôi rất luôn hy vọng bà hướng về làm việc chung để sát cánh với đồng viện và lo cho thành phố. Tôi cảm thấy phục điều đó. Tôi thất vọng khi thấy bà đồng ý với bà Amy đưa ra nghị trình 5.4 này. Tuy nhiên, tôi hy vọng bà đưa ra ý kiến nhưng không bầu theo như Amy muốn. Tôi cũng hy vọng ông nghị viên Carlo và phó thị trưởng Nam Quang cũng sẽ nhận ra đề nghị này vớ vẩn, mất thời gian của thành phố, của bà Amy. Xin tất cả mọi người bầu no cho nghị trình 5.4. Cảm ơn đã lắng nghe.
Good evening. Council member Amy West, people call you narcissists. They are not wrong. You are so egocentric. You are so disrespectful and out of line when you are arguing with the mayor that he has one vote and you have one vote, right here on the dais. Thinking that you have the right to speak whatever and whenever that you want, you need to learn and behave yourself. Even I know there should be a vote by the whole council to either continue or stop the discussion of a particular item if there were a call for question with the motion and a second in place. You have made a fool of yourself even when the city attorney clearly explained the process, and then worse than that, you went raving and ranting on Facebook right after the meeting for the whole world to see how wrong you are. Now you want to get back at the mayor and bring up item 5.4 to prove that he is the same level as you, a council member. You need to grow up and learn to act like a person with knowledge and understanding. You are a council member for one district, while he is the mayor and elected by the entire city. Council member Kimberly, I have seen a change in you lately. I can see that you put aside the difference and work with other council members, especially the mayor. I am surprised to see that you agree with the council member Amy to bring up this item. I hope you think it through and vote appropriately. I hope you are better than that and not to vote or vote no in council member Amy's suggestion. I also expect council member.
Thank you. Your time's.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monique Nguyen. Monique?
Oh, that's his speaker. That's his mic. Monique Nguyen, right? Okay. Good evening, Councilwoman West. I have seen nothing much good that you have done, but you caused lots of more trouble for this council and the city. You constantly demand people to respect you, but you have respect no one. Do you know respect is earned, not given? I have been following the meeting and feel that you have lots to learn to be a professional council member. Refer to the rule of conduct, placing in the council room. You need to learn to respect your
colleague. You need to learn to work with the city staff. You need to learn to listen and respect your constituents who took their time to come out and voice their opinions, give you piece of advice. Through and through, you are so rude, so disrespectful. You are acting like a spoiled brat. You want to have the same right as the mayor? You consider yourself the same level as the mayor? Or actually you want to step over the mayor and take over his role? I suggest you wait for the next election and run for the mayor position yourself. Did you forget? You were only elected by the vote of District 1 out of 4 districts, while the mayor was elected by voters for the whole city. Therefore, the mayor represents the city and has more responsibility, rights, and privilege to lead the city, not the same as you. Bring up this item to downplay his privilege is ridiculously childish. Not long ago, it was you who agreed that the mayor would have the right to solely place an item on the agenda, and now trying to change it. Why? Because he did not vote along with you to fire the city manager? You are so small-minded and immature. Councilmember Hall, how quickly you are switching lanes. Both of you women were fighting like cats and dogs for the last 9 months during council meeting, but now gang up together. I hope you second her to bring the item up, but we'll think carefully. It's time to vote. Don't join the alliance of spoiled brat, pettiness, and sore loser club. I found out that the item 5.4 Council Amy West created is truly revenging and unnecessary.
Your time is up, yeah. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Gigi Vo. Gigi?
Thân chào quý vị trong hội đồng thành phố. Tôi tên là Gigi Vô. Hôm nay tôi đến đây tôi có một vài ý kiến. Trước tôi muốn nói bằng tiếng Việt trước rồi sẽ thông dịch tiếng Mỹ sau.
My name is,
Tôi muốn nói với cô Amy. Cô nghị viên Amy West. Tôi tưởng khi mà cô vào hội đồng thành phố, cô sẽ phục vụ tốt cho thành phố và cộng đồng. Chúng tôi không ngờ cô vào đây để phá rối thành phố và cộng đồng. Cô không đem lại một lợi ích gì cho cộng đồng mà chỉ gây chia rẽ trong cộng đồng, nhất là trong hội đồng thành phố này. Cô chỉ muốn dùng cái Westminster này để mà cô ứng cử vào những chức vụ khác. Cô không lo làm việc cho thành phố lớn mạnh mà chỉ toàn đưa ra những nghị trình vô lý với hy vọng sẽ giúp cô được tiến xa hơn. Cô muốn trả thù ông thị trưởng Nguyễn Mạnh Chí vì ông ta không đồng ý với cô một vài nghị trình và không cho phép cô ăn nói vớ vẩn dài dòng làm mất thời giờ của mọi người. Cô đưa ra nghị trình 5.4 để làm gì? Trong khi cô đã chấp thuận những cái vụ đó, những giống như vậy đó trước đây, mất thì giờ và tốn tiền của thành phố. Ông thị trưởng đã làm gì hại cho thành phố mà cô phải trả thù? Như vậy cô là một con rối. Chúng tôi nhất quyết không ủng hộ cô nữa. Cô có biết cái ghế cô đang ngồi ở đây, 4 chị em chúng tôi ngày đêm đi vận động từ nhà của cử tri để cho cô được thắng cử. Cô biết chưa? Mong cô hiểu lại. Và 4 chị em chúng tôi hôm nay có mặt đầy đủ ở đây là những người đi vận động cho cô. Bởi vì dân ở Westminster này không ai biết cô là ai. Có thể nói cô là một vô danh tiểu tốt. Người ta không biết cô không có ra sinh hoạt chính trị bao giờ mà chúng tôi ráng đi vận động cho cô. Để cho cô hôm nay cô được vinh thân vì gia ở đây mà cô đi phản bội lại cộng đồng chúng tôi. Tôi hy vọng các nghị viên khác nên tôn trọng vai trò của ông thị trưởng và để cho ông ta làm việc một cách hữu hiệu hơn. Bà Kim Ly Hồ, ông Carlo Manzo và ông Nam Quang làm ơn bỏ phiếu và cho đứng đắn và đàng hoàng nên bỏ phiếu no và đừng bỏ phiếu trắng. Hãy dạy cho bà nghị viên Amy West này một bài học và không để cho bà này không đưa ra những cái nghị trình dớ dẫn tốn tiền của thành phố nữa. Xin trân trọng kính chào quý vị.
My name is Jane. I thought when you finally made it to the council, you will work for a better Westminster and the community. But I cannot believe now you are just working for yourself, to use Westminster to advance yourself. You don't care about the city and create divisions in the city and the community. You just propose agenda item that is not applicable and not help this city, but rather to get your names out. You just want to revenge the mayor for not agreeing with you on certain items and not letting you do whatever you want, just wasting everyone's time and money. What do you propose item 5.4 for? Why do you approve similar item before? It's a waste of time and money for the city. What is the mayor doing that is so damaging to the city that you need your revenge? You are just a puppet that we are no longer supporting. I hope you reconsider your item. I hope other council respect the mayor's roles and let him do his job effectively. Council Kimberly Ho, Carlos Menzo, and Nam Kwan, I hope you know the right thing to do and cast the decisive vote. Vote no on Council Amy's ridiculous idea. Abstention vote is not acceptable. Let's teach Council Amy to stop wasting the city time and money with her ridiculous item. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Gentile.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, and staff. By now, you should all know that I don't come up here to attack or disrespect anybody, but I do have concerns about 5.4 that I'd like to share. In January of 2023, the council that we, the people, voted into office made a proposal to allow our elected mayor to place items on the agenda without a second motion. The following month, February of 2023, the agenda item was voted on by the council and passed, allowing the mayor the small but very important privilege. 7 months later, the same topic again is an agenda item, but this time an attempt to strip the mayor of the same privilege that was just granted to him. Why is this an issue now, but it wasn't an issue then? Why? Because the dirty game of politics are now in place. You don't vote on agendas, so now if somebody, let me bring that up. You don't vote for my agenda, so now I no longer voting for yours. We're only 10 months into this new council working together, and for the most part, we the people don't like what we see. Crime is high, homelessness and gang graffiti litter our streets. And once again, the talk on the street is the city is going to go bankrupt. The list goes on, but again, we are here talking about the vendetta politics. The new council has already voted to take away a lot of our privileges that we have grown accustomed to. And now we are watching the same council turn on each other like a pack of wild animals. This has to stop immediately before a TV network turns this council into a reality show. 5.4 is just another misguided attempt to change rules to benefit the few. Sometimes you win, sometimes you lose, but power, intimidation, or personal feelings should never influence the way you vote or to be used as a weapon against your coworkers or those who elected you in the office. Mayor, City Council, put 5.4 to rest, vote no, and let's move on. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dennis McGrath.
Hello, Mayor. My name's Dennis McGrath. I've sent you several emails. Not once have I had a response from you. That's what I'm going to be talking about tonight, is lack of follow-through in the city. You got Fry's Park as a major issue in the city, and you guys are not taking it seriously. You have Garden Grove Boulevard and Beach Boulevard where the prisons let their prisoners out. They can't be around schools. They're drug addicted. They're rapists and pedophiles. And so Garden Grove doesn't let them load her out there anymore. So they went to Fry's Park. Why did it take you 3 weeks to get anything taken care of? The only reason you did is I put it out publicly to have you fully aware of what's going on at the park. Then all of a sudden, stuff started happening. Were you just gonna wait till someone got raped, a kid gets molested, or someone gets killed? The park is a total disaster. You're putting money into Sigler Park right up the street when you have a park that has nothing but campers, drug addicts, peeing, crapping in public, and they're not doing nothing about it. They're shitting in buckets, dumping in the trash can, they're peeing, you drive by, they're peeing against the wall or on the picnic benches. So the city kicked them out, the police went over there and took care of the problem. Wouldn't you think they'd have the common sense to go send a cleanup crew to go empty the trash cans? Everyone was overflowed, crap was all over the ground, all the picnic benches were screwed up. I think everyone was so worried about Labor Day, 4-day weekend, you guys just said heck with it. No one went there till after the holiday weekend. All these kids that would probably go to play on the weekend, what if someone would have got stuck with a needle? I've seen needles in that park. I don't walk my dogs in that park. Now you open up new parks, the one on Olive Street, the one going down Garden Grove Boulevard, that's gonna turn into the new Skid Row of Westminster. You can't control a little Fry Park. Frank Fry was a great leader for this city. He'd be rolling upside down in his grave right now, knowing how bad it looks. I think before we go put money into any other parks, you guys need to get together and figure it out. If you guys wanna go walk it with me, I'll walk it with you. You call the dispatcher, the police department, and they say they have every right to be there. So you're telling me they have every right to be crapping in public, being indecent exposed, peeing on things? Is that against the law? Why aren't there rules and regulations to prevent it? If the police can't do their job, if their hands are tied, why don't we do what we did to the fire department 20 plus years ago? Contract it out to the sheriff's department and have them take care of it, make our city safe again.
Quick and brief response. Quick and brief response. First of all, regardless of what happened, I want to apologize for that. And my apologies is that I never received your email. That's not my nature. Number one, if I receive an email, I try to respond right away. That's number one. Number two, if I am not doing that, I know the secretary is going to provide, to forward that email to me and remind me. We need to check back to see if there's a misspell of anywhere, or and I will go back and take a look at that. Maybe it's going to junk mail, but I can assure you, I will take a look at that and apologize for what happened, and we'll do that. Okay, thank you very much. Move on.
Mr. Mayor, may I say something? Weber, are you here? Can you give your, the police, can you make sure that you give your contact to Dennis? So that way he can contact you guys regarding the homelessness in that area? Is Weber here?
Commander Weber
Yeah.
will be reaching out to the resident.
Okay, perfect. Dennis, please get a hold of him tonight. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Deborah Mariscal.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Deborah Mariscal, Westminster, California. Mine is actually a little bit different. I wanted to just give my opinion on 3.6. I know that there has been a request by 2 of the council members to consider increasing the compensation to the city. I'm in support of that. If, big word, if you give up your right to the benefits that are provided by the city, your health insurance, your dental, your life, your vision, any 401k, anything else that you get. We can't afford to increase your salary at this point in time. And as we've heard from other constituents and residents, the perception is you're not doing your job as a council collectively. On 3.8, I know we've been talking about moving public comments to agenda items only at the beginning, and anything that's not on the agenda would have to go towards the end of the meeting. That is not fair to the residents that may have been coming for the very first time. They're not aware that that might happen. You've already taken away our right to speak 5 minutes down to 3. Now you want to take that further. I am completely and totally against that. As far as the 3.10 and 3.11, the TEP parade, I'm totally for that. If you want to have that, great. But the city shouldn't pay for it. We are not in a position to pay for it. It needs to be privately funded. 5.4, I agree with everybody else so far. You voted to give the mayor the right to put something on without a second. Let's keep it that way and not waste any more time. Lastly, on September the 2nd, I posted something on our city Facebook page about WAGs having to lock their doors because of the homeless. They'd had some issues. Police department had been out several times. Animal control had been out several times. 37 comments in response to me saying that you have to text to get in. Were those positive? Every single one was negative. And guess what? They look at the council as failures. We need to do better. Come on, work together. Let's get through some of the issues. I understand the police have restrictions because we don't have a shelter, but a lot of the residents are not aware of that. Let's do what we can to make Westminster a good city to live in.
Our next speaker is Pam Grumling.
Hi, I'm Pam Grumley, and I've lived in the city for 43 years. I'm here to talk about 5.4 in regards to having everybody equal with 2 requests to put something on the agenda. One, each of you council members represent a district, just a district. The mayor is at large. He represents the entire city, and I'm sure he probably gets inundated with a lot of phone calls or emails or texts. So I don't understand why that has to be changed. It was already voted. It's just wasting time. It's childish. It's like, is there a vendetta thing going on? It's just not appropriate. It's like he is the mayor, and then whoever becomes the mayor next will still have that privilege, and that's okay. So work together, stop arguing, and make our city great again. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kim Springer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Kim Springer, and I'll keep this short and sweet. I'm here to request you consider item 5.3 and vote no on 5.4, please. You guys have heard everything everybody said about that. It's ridiculous that we're even talking about it. Regarding item 5.3, I ask that you please consider cannabis retail in the city of Westminster. I'm not a drug user. However, I know what CBD can do to help people that have illnesses, like Parkinson's disease, my father-in-law. So unfortunately, marijuana has been stigmatized as a gateway drug when in reality is no worse than alcohol. This city has too many liquor stores to count. Allowing cannabis retail will bring much-needed revenue to our city. Regarding 5.4, I find it very disconcerting that this issue, which was resolved on January 11th and again on February 22nd, is back on the agenda, as it appears to be because the mayor was not included in the original amendment, which I believe that was the right decision then and now. The fact that the mayor is elected and represents the entire city gives him the right and ability to bring any agenda item to the table that he believes is best. Kimberly, I hope you will reconsider what you seconded. I find it rather ironic that with all these issues we have in our city that need to be addressed as agenda items, we are spending time revisiting an item that is unnecessary and is unjustified for the position of the mayor. Please reconsider.
Our next speaker is Chris Egger.
Mr. Mayor, honorable members of the City Council, City Attorney, City Manager, and to the public safety leadership here tonight, and of course the community at large. My name is Chris Egger, and I'm here representing tonight a property owner here in the city of Westminster at 7060 West Garden Grove Boulevard. I'm very interested in speaking in support of tonight's 5.3 agenda item because we have also expressed to the city through contact with city staff an interest in bringing a best practice regulatory compliant cannabis business to that location, which currently sits dormant. It's a commercial property that is very well suited for this use, and I come to speak from the perspective of having 30 years in urban planning, land use, entitlement, and commercial real estate investment throughout the country and the state of California. I've also spent the past 10 years working in municipal land use and entitlement here in the Southern California region. And so from that perspective, I think it's high time. I've seen good policy, and I've seen prohibitive policy that has failed to kind of, I think, reach the maturation point of where this industry is today in terms of its cultural exception. But the only bad policy I've seen is no policy, which really has given rise to a continued existence of a illicit market, whether or not we call it traditional or black market, things that were Prop 215 compliant in just a few years ago or no longer. But with that being said, I would also say this is a timely discussion. A timely discussion because right now the state of California has begun phase 2 of its grant program to present cities such as Westminster with funding for moving forward with opening retail locations within their communities. That is a up to $2 million grant program that's available that the city could be making use of moving forward. And I think that's interesting to note. I also think it's important that we recognize that Senate Bill 1186 that was passed towards the end of last year allows for medical cannabis to be operating in cities that have bans on adult use cannabis because of the legalization in the historic 1996 decision to allow compassionate use of cannabis for people in medicinal need. So therefore, by the beginning of this year, at the location that I've just described or any other in the city that chose to pursue it in a legal fashion, the state has designated that we be allowed to do so in a medicinal only capacity. Now, adult use is a choice, right? Medicinal does not bring sales tax revenue to the city whatsoever, so there is a state excise tax that's involved, but the city will not be allowed, but it will still have to allow those businesses to operate within the city and provide that service. And the jump to adult use in this market space, I think, is a logical choice because from the holistic wellness perspective, a lot of people who use cannabis in that fashion. So anyway, I'd like to say thank you and have a very good evening.
Our next speaker is Terry Raines.
Hello, a big shout out to our chief and his staff for the very informative 2022 annual report, item 3.5. On June 15th, Amy, via email, requested an agenda item to increase council pay to the maximum allowed by SB 329, and Nam Kwan seconded the request, which is odd since he supposedly waives his pay. Item 3.6 is receive and file only. No action can be taken other than staff direction. I oppose paying council members $1,900 per month, especially Amy and Nam Kwan, with their abhorrent behavior and piss poor performance. Mayor Nguyen, please kill item 3.8. Many residents address this council on important city issues not on the agenda. It should not have to wait until God knows when to speak. Only one person supported this. Charlie, you stated non-agenda comments are nonsense, which is nonsense and can be perceived as free speech regulation based on content, which is illegal. If you adopt this, bring back Zoom access for public speakers and let us speak on each agenda item when it's heard. If you would just stop interrupting and arguing with speakers, trying to intimidate us by demanding proof and filming us from the dais, and your long, inflammatory speeches admonishing us for criticizing you, public comments would go faster. Again, Huntington Beach takes all comments 3 minutes each with over 100 speakers. Items 312, 313, and 5.1, please minimize the impact on residents, especially near the schools on Edwards. Amy, why do you appoint people who don't want to serve? Items 5.2 and 7.1. In August, you had an email exchange with the city clerk regarding your appointment for the Traffic Commission because your original appointee never bothered to get sworn in. You ignored the applications already on file of highly qualified residents and instead sought someone who hadn't even applied yet, kept putting it off, and didn't respond in a timely fashion. Tim Hogan is who you should appoint, Amy. Carlos, I'm not sure why your appointee David Johnson resigned from the foundation. Was it due to his concern that he shared in an August 16th email to council that only 2 of the 11 members live in Westminster? The staff report background for item 5.4 is incomplete. In 2021, council reversed the horrendous 2019 Gang of 3, Rule of 3 agenda policy, going back to allowing individual council members to add items as it should be. In January 2023, the 2023 Gang of 3, for no good reason, passed a new Rule of 2 policy that did not exclude the mayor. After the mayor and the city attorney violated the policy several times, in late February, the council voted to allow the mayor to add items independently. Amy, you spoke in support of that and seconded the motion and voted yes. So why the hell are you trying to undo it now? To publicly castrate the mayor again? Listen up, Amy, you narcissistic twat waffle. You are not mayor now, nor will you ever be, so lay off. Nam Kwan, did you request copies of the I don't know where he is, 2021 recall petitions for Charlie Trita and Kimberly Ho? You received the notice of intentions with proponents' names and addresses and signatures. You better not do anything nefarious with this information or there will be hell to pay. You can bank on that. I wish Nam Kwan was here to, hear that comment, but stop leaving during public comments, guys.
Our next speaker is Tony Bowie. Our next speaker, Tony.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Also to the police chief, to the lawyer, attorney of the city, and to the secretary, city manager, and all of the staff members here. I'm glad to be here to raise my voice, to bring my concern about the problems of our city. First of all, we should know that this is the American city of American people. That means all of us, even though we are different ethnics, but we are American. And American stands for truthfulness, for honesty, and for working effectively. So I look at all of you. I hope that all of you work effectively. And by listening to the people, I know that we have been divided by 5.4. What is that? Agenda, to bring up something to agenda for the meeting. Why are we different? Yes, the mayor, you were elected by 5 districts, so you have the choice to make an agenda. However, other people, other council members, they are elected by their constituent. Therefore, they also have the right to bring up the agenda. Therefore, to make things peacefully, we respect your right to be solely submit the agenda. However, share the power with others and let two of them, at least two of them, can submit the agenda. And then from that, the people will listen to your agenda, and from that, you will make your vote to serve for the people, not serving for yourself or not serving for your ego. This is the city of American people. So respect all the people in Westminster and show to the people around the world that Westminster is the city of democracy. And we respect not only the mayor, but also the council members and also all the people who serve for the goodness of the city of Westminster. That is my opinion. And I hope that you take that into account seriously and working for the people of Westminster for peaceful and thriving for the city of Westminster. Thank you for listening.
Our next speaker is Dr. Long Pham.
Good evening, Mayor and member of the City Council. I was going to have an interpreter so I can speak in Vietnamese, but look like we don't have one. So I speak in English. Hopefully you can hear my voice. I have a bad flu. I'm battling a bad flu, but not the COVID, so you don't have to worry much. All right. This month is September. September, our nation, we are remembering of the 9/11, the event that not dividing the country, but united the country at a time. And I remember back in 2007, the Vietnamese community used to be divided in many issues, including the communist issue. But for anti-terrorism, we united against the Viet Weekly magazine at the time because they issued one article, only one article, saying that those people who bombing the 9/11, they have a good reason to do so. Okay? For one reason, for one article, and the anti-Vietnamese community go against them. I'm surprised that Thai may have been changed now. I invite you to bring you back to the April 30, 2020. Right here on Bonsa Boulevard, there's a man that beating a woman. I mean that beating a woman. Unstopped until people stop him. Maybe he's waiting for his hand to be tired, to slow down, okay? And after that event, many people in the community went to the police department, and they was told that there's no police report on the issue, okay? I thought maybe there's no report on the police report, but recently, Mr. Phat Bui and the terrorists conduct a video show showing that they have a report like a 30 or 70 pages from the police department showing that the man is innocent. The man is innocent. He's a victim of that woman that beating him. I cannot believe that. I have daughter and I have sister in my family. And I hope some of you do too. Do you want that happen to your daughter or your sister? I don't think so. Okay? Here, at the City Council, I am asking you to let us know whether there is a police report on 4/30/2020 or not. If there's no police report, that's fine. Then that is the case, you need to take action, a legal action against Phat Bui and the guy who did the bidding on that day, because they show a fake document claiming that they get it from the police department. Only themselves can get it. And that report showing that the guy is innocent, okay? I don't think the police report. Thank you so much.
I would suggest that if the person is not here, please don't talk about them. It's just that, you speak up the name of the person twice, and I couldn't catch up, and the time is running out, so I didn't stop you. But I would appreciate that sign up for the speakers, don't talk about people that they are not here because they're not here to defend themselves. Thank you very much.
Could I speak, Mayor?
Yes, okay.
Yeah, could I ask PD? Oh, thank you so much.
He's
Already a step ahead of me. I just want to ask PD if we can follow up on that, what he was speaking about in the event. I know it's been a while. I know it's probably before your time, Chief. Thank you.
Yes, I was just informed by Commander Weber that that event actually happened in Garden Grove, not within our jurisdiction.
Much.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Victoria Cooper.
I am Victoria Cooper. Cooper last name. My husband now hero. Today I come here. I want to talk to. Thank you.
Please turn around and talk to
Come
them.
here. Talk to. Help City Hall. Listen to. With the of United States U.S. citizen. Protect Westminster first by the truth. In God we trust. Và một cái tôi muốn nói, I want to talk to. Thank you. Gratitude. Army, Panwek, stop wrong before. I think see, listen to. I want to talk Vietnamese 1 second. Thank you. Gratitude. Thank you so much. Cựu Phó Thị trưởng Kim Ly Hồ đã dám dũng cảm không có làm trong cái băng đảng bố già của thị trưởng Major Đuôi, cho nên đã bị trả giá cho cái vấn đề đồng bọn của cái băng đảng bố già của thị trưởng Major Đuôi nickname ở đây. Cho nên là hôm nay nghị viên Phan Giếp West đã dũng cảm theo gương của Phó Thị trưởng, cựu Phó Thị trưởng Kim Ly Hồ đã không chấp nhận làm tội ác của băng đảng bố già của thị trưởng Major Đuôi để mà phá hoại cái thành phố Westminster này, đã dám chống lại cái hành vi tội ác của băng đảng bố già của thị trưởng Major Đuôi mà phá hoại cái thành phố Westminster này để mà trấn lột cái tiền thuế của người dân Mỹ của chúng tôi. Cho nên là tôi xin được tri ân Army Phan West đã dũng cảm dừng lại những cái sai trái trước đây làm đồng bọn của băng đảng bố già của thị trưởng Major Đuôi nickname. Và một lần nữa xin được tri ân cảnh sát của Westminster đã không có nghe theo cái lời lừa đảo của thị trưởng Major Đuôi để mà làm đồng bọn của băng đảng bố già ngay tại thành phố Westminster này để cướp cái quyền làm người của người dân Mỹ của chúng tôi, để hủy hoại cái hiến pháp của nước Mỹ. Chỉ vì là một cái sự thật, tôi dám nói lên sự thật là chiến thắng của Tổng thống Donald Trump ngày 3 tháng 11 năm 2020 do chính người dân Mỹ chúng tôi vote. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is John. I apologize. Your last name is Angrisau.
Can you get to the...
We can't hear you.
Excuse me. I was here to talk about some of our city's issues. First of all, as far as Frank Fry Park, the gentleman, Dennis, I believe his name, I went to that park. I don't live near that park, but I did find the problems that he said. And I was going to talk about our other problems that we have, but I thought I'd address something I noticed. I've never been here before, and I don't know, I find it offensive that some council members are I don't know, slandered, not slandered, but just the names that you call. I think there should be a little more decorum that from what I see here. So apparently everybody wants to talk about Amy West. Our experience with Amy West, I sent Amy an email to meet with her. She called me immediately. And she took the time the next day to meet with our community for the problems that we're experiencing. Excuse me. And she's actually helped us, guide us along, with our problems. So maybe I'm controversial, but I'm saying nice things about your Amy West. So rather than talk about my issues, thank you, Amy, for helping us out, and also the chief of police for the increased police presence that we've had in our neighborhood. And also, I want to say thank you to school resource officer Delgado. That I met with him initially with our problems, and he advised me to organize with my community, which I did, and reached out to Amy, and so our problems will take care of, but I'm just a little appalled about, the signs and just, I think there should be a little more decorum. This is my first meeting, so I don't know if it's like this all the time, but I expect a little better than that. Thank you.
John, I just want to say thank you for coming and getting involved in civic responsibility. I know this is your first time. I do apologize that you hear all this negativity and disrespect, but thank you for coming and to voice your opinion, concern, and appreciation of our law enforcement and what we're doing to make sure we move the city forward. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Louis Beck.
Good evening to the council, and I am happy to be here. Have just a couple issues that I just want to mention so that you guys ponder it and really vote well and with your heart and to benefit the citizens. And my first one is raising the compensation. Right now we're close to bankruptcy. Crime is high. Our police is shortaged. We have illegal gambling houses popping up and rental houses all over. In my neighborhood on 9/11, which is Memorial Day, was a home invasion by people who held, captive. Thank heavens the police were able to get there, but they only were able to stop one of the 5 men in there with guns. It's a frightening thing to live through, and for any compensation that we should get, it should go to either the police department. You guys knew exactly what your wages were going to be when you were hired. When you ran for your offices, you knew what it paid, and you did it out of civic duty to help us, the people, and yourself living in your neighborhoods. So to ask for more money when we're on the bridge of bankruptcy and where our money really should be going instead of, it's a civic job, and thank you for doing it. Thank you for doing that. That's all I really want to say on that issue. You know in your hearts what's right and what's wrong. On the cannabis issue, I want to say, yes, it's a great retail thing, but it really needs to be investigated. I know in LA County alone, the sheriff's department goes out every single week to shut down illegal cannabis offices or shops that are set up right next to the legal ones. And they go out weekly and have to shut them down. So I would really like you guys to look into that before you really vote on this and make it happen, because our law enforcement is behind. So will we have to have the sheriff's department come in and help shut down illegal shops once they get set up? Something for you to think about. And another thing, the last thing I want to talk about is putting oral communications at the end of the meetings. I still am opposed to that. Our time is important too, as your time, and you are doing a civic duty for us. And so I believe that you should allow us to have our oral meetings or our oral communications at the beginning. But thank you for your civic duties. Thank you for helping us, and thank you for pondering all of our requests. And I want you to know that code enforcement is amazing. Thank you.
Our final speaker is David Pernikian. David, are you still here? Mayor, I don't see David in the audience anymore, and that would conclude our oral communications.
Okay, one more time. David Pernikian, are you still here? All right, thank you very much. With that, I will conclude the oral communication before we move to the next item on the agenda. First of all, I would like to thank you all for coming out and voice your opinion, whether in favor or just agree with the items on the agenda. Your voice is very important to us, so we listen to you. I just want to briefly talk about the item that last time, to move the item to the end. Last time, I know that there are a number of people speak up against the item, but the next day, which we have the event at the community center here, a number of people came up and talked to me that after I explained the issues, and they understand about it. So, whatever it is, I appreciate for your input. And once again, I would like to apologize for what, I don't know why, but you and I can get together at the end of the meeting, or why don't you call Lyndon at 548, whatever number, I don't remember the fourth, but we'll get together and talk about it, okay? It's not my nature not to disrespect people for not answering, especially you said the number of times that you email me. Okay,
Mayor?
we will, yes.
Can I just clarify one thing too? Because the last speaker said that that particular item would be moving oral communication to the end of the meeting. Just for clarity, oral communication would still be at the beginning of the meeting for items that are on the agenda. It's only for items that are not on the agenda that they'd be moving to the end. I just want to be sure that was clear for the record.
Thank you very much. All right, next is the consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by a single motion, followed by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless members of the City Council or staff request that specific items to be removed from the consent calendar for separate action or discussion. So with that, is there any?
Mr. Mayor, I want to pull an item.
Okay.
3.6.
3.6.
Mayor, I would like to pull items 3.5 and 3.8.
3.5 and 3.8. Anything else? At this point here, I entertain the motion for the rest of the items
motion to-
beside 3.5, 3.6, and 3.8.
Motion to approve.
I second it. So roll call vote for the remaining items to be approved.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve the consent calendar with the exception of items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.8, which will be pulled for separate discussion. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho. Yes. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Thank you. Next is 3.5, and 3.5 is was pulled by Councilmember Menzo. Please.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that we should highlight the accomplishments that some of on the report, and I think it's good for the community to hear what our police department's been doing. I know the council, we were all able to read this, but maybe some of the residents did not. So I think it would be a good opportunity for a community to hear. So
Thank you, council member. Good evening, mayor, council members. I'm standing before you proud to introduce our annual report. It's came to my attention we have not had an annual report in the Westminster Police Department or from the Westminster Police Department in over 20 years, a formal one. So we're proud of this document. It's 44 pages. All of you have been given multiple copies for yourself and for some of your constituents. The annual report it's an important document. And in sitting there listening to only a few people, with some criticisms, oftentimes in law enforcement, we learn that the criticisms are due to misinformation or no information. I heard people bring up a park or two. Well, those parks have been cleaned up many times. Those parks have been addressed by our homeless liaison officer team. We have more homeless liaison officers per capita than certain other agencies that were mentioned from them. So our efforts are actually greater than certain agencies they brought up as a possible solution. Again, not good information because they don't realize or haven't informed themselves. This document informs them. This document basically illustrates our resources on it's basically comprehensive information regarding work volume and our resources to address services and to handle law enforcement matters in our community. So if somebody goes, well, what are we doing with this? You can look in this and see, oh, well, that's how many homeless liaison officers they have. How many cleanups did they do? You can see the number of cleanups we did last year. Well, how many people actually are contacted that are homeless and offered services? You can see that number as well. Maybe you have a problem with speeding and think the police department does nothing because you haven't educated yourself. Well, you can go online now, and this is online, and open it up to the page that covers our traffic efforts and see how many tickets we write, how many resources we have assigned to our traffic division handling traffic-related matters, whether it's speeding or DUI or anything like that. And this basically covers every unit in the police department and what their efforts are and the size of that unit. So even for council, this is an important document. If you have it up there and you hear a criticism and the criticism actually is correct, you can open up this book and go, okay, this person doesn't think we arrest enough people. You can go to our arrest statistics and go, wow, okay, they arrest this many. Then you can go to the size of the department. We have this many officers to deal with this many arrests, and see if that's an adequate number for you as council that make those kind of decisions. One of the more important statistics in here is our call volume overall. Our calls for service, we're near 80,000 calls for service in 1 year for a city of just under 100,000 people. That's a lot of calls. Our dispatch center took over or near 125,000 calls in 1 year, 12 months. So you can see the call volume and you can see the amount of staffing we have to deal with that as well. And this way you can determine whether criticisms are valid or not. If we have a ton of resources and nothing's happening, there should be criticism. And those numbers should match up what they're doing. I can tell you our efforts with homelessness are tremendous. We have an ad hoc committee. There's actually a few council members on that committee. We meet quarterly to discuss what we've done, what we could do, any hurdles, but just a tremendous amount. I've worked for 3 different police agencies, and the amount of resources that go into homelessness in this city has been far greater than the other cities I've worked for. So with that, I open myself up to any questions regarding our annual report.
Well, first of all, I would like to commend the police department. You have done a great job. Despite that you have short manpower, but I can see that over the year that you've been doing great for the city of Westminster. And by looking at I go through the booklet that you have here. There are 3 different priority 1, 2, and 3 for every time that you call. And the times for priority 1 is only 4.84 minutes. So it's under 5 minutes with the response time. I mean, with the shortage, with the problem that they have right now at hand, but they do what they can to do that. And this priority number 2, which is 7.91, is the priority to response time is under 8 minutes. And priority 3 is under 38 minutes. You know, I know that they work really hard, and especially the incident that happened on the 9/11, somebody brought up earlier, you know, within 3 minutes, they were there and took care of the problem. And we are fortunate, we got the person, crime, not the victim, that they were there with gun, and they threw the gun over. You read the press release that came out. If you haven't had a chance to read that, I would strongly that take a look at that. But regardless what, we need to be cautious ourselves because number of crime increase. So with that, can you tell us that we experienced over the last month or so, there are a number of crimes increase in our city through the item of interest. We know that. Is there any measure that you take in order to prevent or to get that crime down?
Yes, so a couple things. I do want to say it's very intuitive of you, Mayor, to point out our response time. It is pointed out in the annual report. The gold standard, the benchmark, is 5 minutes on a priority 1 call. Priority 1 calls are important. It would be like that home invasion you're describing, is 5 minutes. Very, very proud of every member of the Westminster Police Department because our response time, regardless of being short officers compared to other cities this size or near this size, our response time is under 5 minutes. We are better than the gold standard here, and that's one of the most proudest things that is reported in this annual report for us. As far as crime and complete transparency, I'd like to stand up here and go, you hired a new chief 2 years ago, and I drove down crime, but I can't say that. I'd like to, I can't say that. In 2021, compared to 2022, and this is the 2022 annual report, but we wanted to give some context to it. Where are we with the crime? So we compared 2021 with 2022 last year. We are up almost 15% in crime. I really wish we did have those kind of resources to drive down crime, but sometimes crime goes up no matter how many resources you throw at it. Overall, nationwide, crime's up. I'm sure everyone watched the news, and crime's up, especially in bigger cities. In the scheme of things, we are a bigger city, and crime is here. What we are doing, we do try to suppress crime. I would say if it wasn't for our efforts, these numbers would undoubtedly be much higher, but we have not, even though we were short-staffed, even though we've had times where we've had major crimes that have tied up staff, we had COVID outbreaks, we've had shortages like that, we do not slip on our minimum staffing levels, meaning the citizens deserve a certain amount of police officers out there every day, and we have those minimum numbers. We do not drop below those numbers.
Okay, thank you. I would like to go back to Council Member Menzo, the one who pulled this item.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Chief, for the quick report. I wanted to pull this item for that reason for the community. I know that seeing you in action since you arrived and seeing a lot of our officers have been here a long time, I know they're always striving to do better. I know nobody's perfect, but we're striving to do as best job that we possibly have with the resources that you have. So I just want to thank you for that, and always looking for ways to do a better job, and how can we adjust to the situations at hand. So just thank you for the report, and glad you're here, and glad that your team is doing as much as we can. Thank you.
Any more
And,
discussion on this?
Yeah, I do. Thank you. So Chief, I can attest to, all what you guys do because of course I went, on the homeless, ride along with you guys. And then also just, ride along in the evening as well. And I know that you guys are doing your best as Vice Mayor and myself are on the ad hoc committee for the homeless. And you guys are working really hard, tirelessly. When any resident contact me, I know that the chief is on top of it and he sent his people out to make sure he cleans the park, clear the park. When there's, people sleeping in the park, he gets that done. And so I really applaud you and your team for doing a phenomenal job, even though we understand the law in California, it basically protects criminals more than the resident and those who are citizen. So with your hands being tied, I understand you guys are working tirelessly. So for those residents, if you see our law enforcement out there, please thank them, for what they're doing, and they're working their butt off every day. So I appreciate that, guys, and please tell your staff and your team that I appreciate you guys, and you guys have my utmost respect.
If there's no more opinions, then I entertain the motion. for
Motion,
this.
motion to approve, Mayor.
I second it. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
So motion by Councilmember Menzo, and second, let it have by Councilmember West.
Okay, so we will go ahead and we have a recommendation for receive and file on the report. Councilwoman Fan West,
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Okay, item 3.6, who put this on? Item 3.6 approved by Councilmember West, so your turn.
Yeah, I can
Okay, go
take
ahead.
this one here. This is a information item only. There's no action that, to change compensation that could be taken tonight. This is really to inform on the change in the law. If council wants to proceed, council would need to instruct staff to prepare an ordinance and come back, and then there'd be 2 readings. And then, even then, it would not go into effect until after the next election, which is November 24. So current rule is that under Government Code 36516, that's the statute that governs general law cities' compensation for council members, they've established a base salary based on population. It does not go into effect automatically, though. It requires the adoption of an ordinance. On June 29th of this year, the legislature, and signed by the governor, adopted SB 329. This bill increased those maximum numbers for the council member compensation. The reason that was put forth by the legislature was that they hadn't adjusted these numbers in 40 years. 1984 was the year. And this goes essentially into effect on January 1st of the next year. And that the main reason seemed to be that allowing cities to adjust their compensation for inflation may help city councils to become more diverse. Because the increased compensation can help individuals from across different income levels then to receive sufficient income from serving on the council to ensure that they have enough for their families. In other words, they were trying to update the numbers after 40 years, and there's also desire by the legislature to encourage participation by people who might otherwise be discouraged from running, whether due to their own low income levels, and it would allow them to have the commitment that's necessary to serve on the council. That was the intent of the legislature. But again, this does not automatically go into effect. It would require the council, if they wanted to adopt these numbers, to adopt an ordinance, which would come back for 2 readings. Once it is established, and this is the current system, once a compensation is set, then if you wanted to ever increase it, you would count the number of years since the last time it was increased and multiply that by 5%. This SB 329 did modify that a little bit to say that the council could increase it once it's established in future years. They could increase it by the same 5% formula or by the amount of the inflation since of January 1st of 2024, not to exceed 10% per year, whichever one was greater. So that formula has been changed. There's also some change in the law that says the process that needs to be followed. They want to make sure that there's a public discussion about it. So there would have to be 2 public meetings where the ordinance is discussed. So you'd come back for 2 readings for opportunity for the public to comment on it. And then between the first and the second reading, there must be at least 7 days between the 2. One thing that's important with respect to Westminster, because we have an elected mayor, there is a government code section 36516.1 that says that if the council desires, they can set additional compensation for the elected mayor. And that is the case currently. We do have a slightly increased compensation for the elected mayor position. And again, just to reiterate, even if an ordinance were adopted now or in the next 6 months, it would not go into effect until after the next election. That was put in place in order to ensure that the voters would have an opportunity to speak to the issue before compensation increases went into effect.
Okay,
Nothing further.
Before I invite Councilmember West, who's the one who pulled this item, I just want to remind Council that this item is an update on the Senate Bill 329 only, and the item is for Council to receive and file. Okay.
Yes, so thank you, City Attorney, for clarifying that information. Give us, the body here more information on what this bill is about. Now, for my question is, if we don't take action on this as the body, the council here, are we allowed to bring this up in the future or whatnot?
Yes, if you don't take any action on it, then it could be raised in the future.
Okay, and then the last question is, what is the importance of, if the council does take action on this, what's the importance of it?
Well, I guess there's no requirement to take action on it. I think the legislature effected an intent to try and make it more viable for people of lower income, or means that maybe working multiple jobs or whatever, to maybe quit one of those jobs to be able to take on a role on the council. That's their intent, to try and make council opportunity more diverse,
Okay.
to open up more opportunity. That's the intent that was expressed in the statute.
Okay, so I guess my last question is, do you know what the pay of our nearby cities, where they're getting paid? Each council member?
It varies by city, so I really don't know offhand. We'd have to do a survey of all of them.
Okay. Would it be okay if we recommend staff to get more information of our nearby city, what kind of pay they're getting? And then also, because we want to make sure that, we're up to date, but not only that, to give opportunity for other people who want to get involved in civic responsibility, that they can run for office. But I think what you verify is that this doesn't come into effect this year, so it doesn't affect our current budget. Is that correct?
No, if it were adopted now or in 6 months or in 8 months, it still would not go into effect until after the November election.
Okay,
of November 2024.
So it will help the next council in 2024?
Yes,
Okay.
whoever's on the council at that time.
Gotcha, that's good. Okay, so I motion that if staff can bring back more study about neighboring city, what kind of pay they're getting, I think it's good, just for us to be informed and the public to be informed as well.
City Attorney, the item, like I said earlier, that this is for to receive and file. Is there a motion needed to move this item? Not for the receive and file.
It's a report, so you could just receive and file it. As part of that, you could give instruction to staff to research something, or you could instruct us to come back with an ordinance, or you could do nothing.
Okay, so you want
Yeah, I
to,
motion just to get more studies on.
Well, along with that, you receive and file.
Yeah, of course, receive and file, but I want staff to get us more information.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a couple of things.
Okay.
A couple of comments, Mayor, if I may.
Please.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I mean, being on council for now, until my third year, and know what's everything that's involved in time, and as far as what the state has ruled on, as far as with the new SB 329, whether it may be justified, I mean, according to this population of our city, I just don't, I feel that we're not in a financial position to be raising compensation to us. Even next year, if we don't make any cuts, we're still going to have to dip into our reserve next year as well. So, I mean, well, like I said earlier, whether it may be justified, but it's just we're not in a financial position to do so. So I will just recommend the council to really think about our financial situation and the optics that we would be giving the community as what we're doing up here. So just a food for thought.
Okay, is there any other opinions, idea, before we have a motion, but no second yet? So anyone do have a second? Okay, so we have a motion and second on the floor. Go ahead and roll call vote, please.
I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve staff recommendation to receive and file the report and direct staff to do a survey of surrounding cities on council compensation. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Since this is just an information motion to gather more information, I'm fine with that. So my motion is yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Before I cast my vote, I just want to make sure that the motion clearly said that staff want to bring back this item to discuss, right?
Correct.
All right, it said yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
All right, next is item 3.8, pulled by Councilmember Menso, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I realize that this is a second reading of an ordinance that the majority of the city council voted on. I just would like to really visit this again and really urge my colleagues to really consider what this is. You heard some of the comments from the community. At the end of the day, we are limiting public speech, and we are also, we as council, and I know some of the residents who are really involved, we always encourage other residents to come to our city council meetings and speak up for their concerns, their, praises, whatever it may be. We always encourage that. And they may have an issue, a concern, or they may have something that may not be on the agenda, and for them may not have the time to come to wait till 9:30, 10 o'clock at night to do so, and that is a form of limitation of freedom of speech. So one of my suggestions last time was to, as a compromise on myself, I'm trying to work with my colleagues, is to, we have a lot of smart individuals here in our community that want to speak on the agenda items. As a compromise, I suggested that we allow agenda items to be given 5 minutes, and non-agenda items, if council so wishes to put it at the end, non-agenda items at the end, 3 minutes. And to me, I feel that that was a reasonable compromise, and I would make a motion to make that same motion again if council can look at that issue again. So that is a motion again. As city clerk, I don't know if you got that. So that's it. I just really wish that our council would really think about this. Thank you.
Okay, I would like to seek for additional inputs from the council. So back to Councilmember West.
Can you wait for me till the end?
Okay,
Thank you.
Next is Councilmember Ho.
I defer.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Actually, I'm sorry that I didn't hear what you said earlier very clearly. So can you repeat it?
My motion was the same as last time, as a compromise, that we allow 5 minutes for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and non-agenda items towards the end of the meeting for 3 minutes. That's my motion.
I have no comment.
All right. Again, I stand with what I spoke last time. I think if we prepare our speech, then 3 minutes is efficient to convey the message. I appreciate that you think that the non-agenda moving to the end of the meeting, and it seems like we are consensus on that. It's just that the time is we are talking about here. Again, I think 3 minutes is sufficient to convey the message because we do have business to conduct. Now, I want to stress again that we are not silence anybody. We want to make sure that we are here to hear everybody until the last minute. And it's also the opportunity for the people who are not be able to come here in the first part of the meeting. They can also voice their opinion. Now, let me ask you, we are having city business to do. You are here to voice your opinion on the agenda items, which is to solve the business item. And you know, a number of times that we don't have enough time to talk about it. And here we are having people to come out and sign up, be the first one to sign up and speak about the item that non-related. And sometimes we don't understand, and sometimes it's just a personal agenda from, vendetta from somebody else to bring into the city. Let me ask you the questions. Before I ask you a question, they don't even stay for a minute to ask, to listen to what you said. All they do is they finish their speak and leave the room. My question to you is, why do they have the priority over you and me, or council, and the city business? If you can tell me that they have the right, they have the priority over of any of that, then I will agree with you. But I think we're not silencing anybody, but we put our city business in front of us. And we and you have the right to speak up on the agenda item that we are going to resolve. That's my comment. So anyway, at this point, I want to hear some more. If there's not, then I motion to approve the item.
Well,
Wait, we had a motion first to see if there's a second.
Okay. Is there a second to the first motion? And can you repeat your motion, please, Councilmember Mensah?
Yeah, do you want to repeat it, or do you want me to repeat it again?
It's completely up to you, Councilmember.
I'll repeat it for the third time, okay. My motion is to allow for 5 minutes of time for agenda items at the beginning of the meeting and non-agenda items, 3 minutes towards the end of the meeting. That is my motion.
Mr. Mayor, you can certainly make a substitute motion,
Yes,
okay, if you want to.
If there's no second, there's no need for it.
Yeah, I'll second that. I just think, on a second thought, I stated this before, and I've been noticing, since the last time we brought up the subject. So if somebody wants to speak on the agenda, they obviously want to have, they want to say they have a lot or a little. If they go less than 3 minutes, less than 5 minutes, that's fine. But the 5 minutes is, out of courtesy for someone who has a lot to say about a lot of the agenda. And I know that I notice at least 7 to 10 people who constantly, on a regular basis, come here, and they prepare their speeches, and I really appreciate them. And I just think that out of courtesy, we want them to be heard, because they do pour their heart out. They, spend a lot of time thinking about their agendas, obviously. So that's why I want to second that.
Yes, thank you. Another thought is that, sometimes we have a packed agenda, and if individuals want to speak on multiple items of the agenda, 3 minutes is just very limited. So I'm just trying to be, Mayor, as respectful and give the community enough opportunity to say what their concerns or whatever it may be. So that's it, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Menzo. I want to thank Vice Mayor Nguyen, also brought up that I can go ahead and substitute the motion. And my substitute motion is to approve this item as is.
You got my second.
Okay, we have the seconds for the substitute motion. So roll call vote, please, on the 3.8.
So this is for item 3.8. I have a substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen and a second by Vice Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve staff recommendation that the mayor and city council conduct a second reading and adopt ordinance number 2605, entitled an ordinance of the mayor and city council of the city of Westminster, California, amending section 2.04.040, meetings, discussions, referral to departments of the Westminster Municipal Code relative to oral communications at council meetings. Read by title only, away further reading. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilman Van West.
Thank you. I vote yes.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
No.
Councilmember Ho.
No.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
3-2 motion carried.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just so there's clarity on it, this is the second reading, and so it would go into effect 30 days from now. So it would not be applicable to the next meeting.
This actually wouldn't go into effect until the October 25th council meeting.
Okay.
Thank you for clarification. Next is public hearings, and would you please read that into the instruction into the record, please?
Anyone wishing to speak on an open public hearing may speak in person. Speakers during public hearing comments will each have 3 minutes to speak on each public hearing item. Any person wishing to address the City Council in person should complete a green speaker slip that is provided at the entrance to the council chambers and submit the card to the city. When your name is called, please step to the podium at that time and state your name and city of residence for the record.
Thank you very much. So at this point here, I would like to open for staff report, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Michael Sun. I'm the housing specialist within the Community Development Department. Tonight's public hearing relates to the fiscal year 2022-2023 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER. Before I start, here's a brief overview of what's going to be discussed tonight in regards to the public hearing item. I'll briefly state what the CAPER is. I'll provide an overview of the 2020-2025 Consolidated Plan needs and goals. I'll be briefly highlighting accomplishments from fiscal year 2022-2023 as identified in the CAPER, and then lastly, staff recommendations. So what is the CAPER? As a recipient of federal Community Development Block Grant Funds, also known as CDBG, and Home Investment Partnerships Funds, also known as Home Funds, the city is required to submit to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development an annual report. The CAPER captures the previous program year's accomplishments and expenditures covering the period July 1st, 2022 through June 30th, 2020. 2023 in relation to progress towards attaining goals identified in the 5-year consolidated plan, which was adopted by City Council in May of 2020. Further assessment of the programs and projects can be found in the attachment 1 to the staff report. For fiscal year 2022-2023, the city had approximately $2.6 million in CDBG funds and $2 million in home funds, which the City Council previously allocated to projects and programs in April 2022 as part of the annual action plan process. Those included public service programs, public facility infrastructure, code enforcement, and fair housing services. And on this left-hand side of the table, this is the priority needs and goals that I referenced earlier, and which was previously approved and adopted by City Council in May of 2020. And on the right-hand side of the table are the programs and projects that the city allocated funding for the previous program year. And just to capture a few highlights that were for projects and programs that were implemented during the fiscal year 2022-2023. The city provided fair housing services to 113 residents in partnership with the nonprofit organization Fair Housing Foundation. The city provided public services to 268 low and moderate income persons offered by the Westminster Family Resource Center, Summer Youth Program, and Project SHOE. The city also provided special needs services to 528 elderly persons offered by the Senior Center Outreach and Meals on Wheels program. The code enforcement officer, more in particular CDBG code enforcement, assisted 116 housing units by identifying substandard conditions in multifamily rental housing and single-family homes within the CDBG area. And lastly, city's Public Works Department reconstructed 16 residential streets in low and moderate income neighborhoods. I do want to note that accomplishments and results will vary from year to year as many of the projects are implemented over multiple years. So outcomes for projects and programs that are currently underway will be reported in the CAPER the same year for which it is completed. So staff recommends that the Mayor and City Council approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 Consolidated Annual Performance and Evaluation Report, also known as the CAPER, and authorize the city manager to transmit the CAPER to the United States of Housing and Urban Development, also known as HUD, by September 28th, 2023. And that concludes my staff report, and I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. At this point, according to the agenda, is comments or presentation from the applicant. So do we have an applicant here today?
The applicant is the city, so no.
Okay, all right. So the presentation is done. So comment from the appellant, if applicable. No, right? So Mayor and the City Council question for staff. Let's start with Councilmember West. You can go ahead and go first.
Can I be at the end, please?
Okay, Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. Michael, can you speak a little bit about the multifamily housing rehab loan program that is it currently not available?
Yeah, so we tried implementing that program back in 2020 and 2021 due to lack of interest for that program and the stringent requirements as part of that program. The City Council and the city staff decided not to fund that program for the remaining years of the 5-year plan.
Okay. And how long was that?
That was for a 2-year program, a pilot 2-year program.
Okay.
And those funds were reallocated to other projects and programs such as streets and park improvements.
Okay, but when it was out, it was advertised. I mean, we took every resource that we could possibly do to make sure that people knew it was out there.
Our code enforcement officer mailed out flyers as part of mailers introducing both the loan program and the multifamily rental inspection program as part of that process. So they were mailed out to every property owner that resided in that CDBG area that the code enforcement officer currently oversees.
Okay, thank you. That's all I got.
Any other City Council question for staff? Councilmember Ho and Vice Mayor Nguyen. Okay, so there's none.
I
no
just
more,
want to make a comment.
Okay.
Thank
well,
you.
Now it's up. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I really appreciate, you presenting all this and what this fund is allowing us to continue different activities. Especially, I love when Meals on Wheels, and I've seen that, with the senior citizen at the senior center. So you guys are doing a great job and allocating those money for good use for our senior citizen, and I appreciate that. Yeah.
All right. If no other city council question for staff, I would like to open for public comment. So is there anybody signed up to speak for public comment?
We do, Mayor. We have one, Terry Raines.
Okay. Please.
Good evening again. Terry Raines, Westminster. I just can't help but recall when Councilmember West actually voted against allocating CDBG funding and home funds because she didn't like that the funding from the federal government came with restrictions. I have a wake-up call for you. All government funding comes with restrictions, including the funding that you're controlling. On the report itself, I'm going to keep like a broken record. We accommodate for the homeless in our housing projects, our most recent two, Crossings and De La Rosa, and now the one upcoming that's mentioned in this report. It says also for those at risk of becoming homeless, but everything for those units, if it's done the same way at the other two, is done through the coordinated entry system that's managed by COC, the county. You don't get into the COC CES system unless you're homeless. That's how you get into that system. We have seniors in this city from all ethnicities that are living on a shoestring. And because the government, cut some things that we had going during COVID, those are going to be our next homeless. And they're not drug addicts. They're not mentally ill. They've paid their taxes their whole life. But I think when we're looking at this funding and we're looking at these projects, and I support them, all of them, the services and the home funds, but please, let's not leave out. We accommodate families for low income, but there's extremely low income single people, in particular seniors, that we're missing the boat on. And I have spoken before, before county, before federal meetings on the same issue. In fact, I was told to start a summit. I don't know. But I'm just, because it's in the report, I just want to give a heads up. I hope that Amy will approve the report and understand what CDBG funding is and what home funds are. I hope that we can put our heads together for future funding and figure out a way that we can help that one segment that we seem to be ignoring every single time. Thank you.
We have no further speakers, Mayor.
Okay, I will close the public comment. And now it's the mayor and council member discussion. So I want to open up for anyone to have comments on this.
I'll have
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Michael, can you comment for possible funding for the issue of what Ms. Raines spoke about? Is there something down the pipeline that we can look at in the future?
So I'm just going to keep this brief. So the county, as you might be aware, they're going to be opening up their Housing Choice Voucher Program, which is a income-based rental assistance program. September 18th, they'll be accepting online and paper applications. The last time the county opened the waiting list was back in 2012, and they received well over 48,000 applications, which they're still currently working through. So I would encourage any residents or the public that are interested in applying for rental assistance to visit the OC Housing Authority's website to apply.
Okay. And that's September 18th, it opens?
September 18th, yes.
All right, thank you.
Anything else? If not, this is now come to council action. So I will entertain any motion on this.
Mayor, I motion to approve as staff recommended items A and B.
I second it. So we have motion and second on the floor to approve this item.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve staff recommendation that the mayor and city council approve the fiscal year 2022-2023 consolidated annual performance and evaluation report, CAPR, and authorize the city manager to transmit the CAPR to the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development by September 28th, 2023. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes, before I make my vote, I want to make a statement quick. I understand that, during COVID, a lot of people, businesses and families are hurting from it. So I understand the hardship that I just feel like our legislature in Sacramento is pushing down. That's making it really hard for family, especially we already have high-end crimes and homelessness, and now just economically really hard for many families. So I understand that. And I'm happy that, the federal is sending some money to help low-income people. And I believe this nation, America, is known to be a gracious nation. We have always helped those who are in need, and I will continue to vouch for that because it's important. But also, we want to make sure we have regulation where people are not taking advantage of it. But I believe that they would do a good job with that. You guys would do a good job with that. So my motion is yes to approve this, and we will always help those who are in need.
Okay. Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Thank you. Before we go into regular business, I have to say that I failed to please our police chief. He asked to end the meeting at 8:30. I'm sure he's joking around, but to be honest with you, there's no way that we can end the meeting, finish the meeting until later on. But still hope I have another bet with the city managers. She said that it will be done around 12:30. I'm sure that we can get it done before then. So hope for that. So regular business is 5.1, award of contract for the Westminster Boulevard Street Improvement Project from Golden West Street to Hoover Street, number P-2564. So at this point here, if there's any promotion, entertain any motion to approve this item.
Motion to approve.
I second.
Okay, motion to approve by Councilmember Menzo and second by Councilmember Ho. Please call vote.
Okay, this is to approve staff recommendation, approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of, big number, $1,123,000 to Onyx Paving Company, Inc., and that all other bids are rejected. Authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $112,300 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city in a form approved by the city attorney. I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
Thank you. Next item is 5.2, City Council appointments to the Westminster Community Foundation. I believe that this item will pertain to the two Councilmember Fan West and Councilmember Menzo appointee. So let's go with Councilmember West.
I'm going to appoint mine in the next one. Thank you.
Okay, so we defer to the next one. Councilmember Menzo.
Mayor, I also have to defer. I'm not ready.
All right. So there's no action on this. So is there a motion that needed to take no action on this? Yes, right? So
I motion to take no action.
okay, I second it. So go ahead and roll call vote, please.
Okay. I have a motion made by Councilwoman Fan West, a second by Mayor Nguyen, to take no action on this item. We will go ahead and reschedule this item to take place at the September 27th council meeting. I will call roll. Councilwoman Fan West.
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo.
Yes.
Councilmember Ho.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
5-0, motion carried.
I was looking at the city manager and she's smiling. And I think that we're going to beat her. All right, just take a moment so that we can make it easier at the meeting. So next item is 5.3, presentation by Megan's Organic Market for Cannabis Retail. So do we have, okay, please come up to the podium and present your.
So Mayor and Council, if I may, just wanted to introduce, this is the Megan's team. So as you know, beginning last year, we openly started talking about the possibility of cannabis in the city. As you know, cannabis is legal in our state now, and so we've, over time, have discussed, just some of the, the different opportunities that we would have for cannabis in the city. Last year, we had a group that came out and presented they're interested in making an investment in the city and operating here. This group is much the same, and so they are here to provide some insight about their operation and their interest in opening in the city as well.
Will you please go to this slide?
All right, thank you so much for the introduction. We do have a presentation. I'm sorry, visuals to go with this presentation. And while we are working on getting that brought up, I'm just going to get started. So, Honorable Mayor and members of the council and members of the community who are here in person and joining us virtually, my name is Megan Souza, and I am the founder and the CEO of Megan's Organic Market Retail Cannabis Company. And I am very grateful for the opportunity to speak with you all tonight about our proposal to bring a legal cannabis storefront to the city of Westminster. I have several members of my team here in person and joining virtually, and each is an expert in their respective areas, and we are very much eager to address any questions or concerns as they arise throughout this presentation or at the end, whichever you prefer.
Sorry, hold on just a second. Your representative didn't email one to us, so I believe that what we have is one that you had previously sent. If it's the same one, I don't have an updated one.
It should be a link, and the link should be up to date. If not, you can play what you have, and yeah, we'll wing it.
I have one
work.
from like earlier this year. It was a PDF. That's what we're gonna go with. Okay, why not?
The most important thing in the visual part of the presentation is just so that you can see our branding, and there also is a short video that gives you a glimpse inside of one of our dispensaries to really show what the experience is like. But if we can find it, that would be great. If not, we'll make it work.
She's gonna pull up the PDF, so we're gonna. Sorry about that. It's on. I guess if we can start without the visuals.
Okay, yes, I definitely can start without the visuals. And sorry for the troubles. So who are we and what are we proposing? Let's start with the who. We are a team of highly qualified, very experienced cannabis industry professionals, respected local business owners, and community leaders. There are 3 key players in this project, which I'm going to talk about very briefly. The first being myself. My entry into the cannabis industry came about because I suffered from a debilitating and painful chronic illness that left me intermittently bedridden and wheelchair bound. The pharmaceutical medications my doctor prescribed just didn't work for me, and so I turned to alternative natural medicine, and thankfully, cannabis healed me and dramatically improved my life, and I have since been firsthand witness to it doing the same for countless other people. And now I have 13 years of experience as a cannabis business operator, and along with the, thanks to the efforts of my amazing team, we have obtained 9 retail licenses across 3 states, 7 of them in California, and 2 on the East Coast. And all through these 13 years, we have maintained an impeccable compliance record and have remained steadfast to our mission. And our mission being to redefine society's relationship with cannabis by being responsible stewards in this new evolving industry. And of course, to do everything we can to improve the health of individuals that we serve and the communities that we operate in by providing education, awareness, and access to safe, high-quality cannabis products in a wholesome and very welcoming and approachable cannabis retail environment. The second key player in this project is Aaron Hertzberg. Megan's Organic Market will own 90% of this project. The other 10% will be owned by Aaron. Aaron is an accomplished attorney and cannabis business owner and the founder of Bud and Bloom Dispensary in Santa Ana. His expertise is in cannabis real estate, government affairs, and all aspects of licensing and much more. And for his many years of hard and amazing work in the cannabis industry in California, he was named one of Orange County's 100 most influential people for his work to help shape the industry.
Well, thanks, Megan. I've been involved with cannabis in Orange County from the beginning, so to speak. I was the owner, or part owner of OC3, which is the first licensed dispensary in the city of Santa Ana. I grew up in Cypress, went to the Hebrew Academy Day School not too far from here, and resided in Irvine for 25 years. When the city of Long Beach passed medical marijuana, or was discussing actually how they should implement licensed dispensaries well before the passage of recreational cannabis, Prop 64, I was appointed by one of the council members to serve on a medical marijuana task force in the city of Long Beach, in which we advised the city as to how to implement a licensed cannabis ordinance before there was any recreational cannabis, just for medical purposes. I also established my dispensary in Santa Ana, my second dispensary there, Bud and Bloom, a program that outreached for seniors with Laguna Woods to the south of here. Just several weeks ago, Laguna Woods passed an ordinance allowing for medical marijuana dispensaries, and I'll be involved with that project as well. We appreciate, the city considering this use. We think that it can be done responsibly. I've operated several, of the earliest licensed dispensaries, one in Long Beach as well, these have never been problems. I know your chief of police also had some contact with other cities to establish whether there were problems. I think that the use enhances the security. So I'm involved with this project. I've known the Megan's team and family for quite some time. I hold them in the highest esteem, and they have really high integrity. And I thank the council and staff for considering this issue. Back to Megan.
Thank you so much, Aaron. And so between us, Aaron and I have decades of experience running cannabis businesses, especially retail. So we bring the operational expertise to achieve this project, or to bring this project to fruition. And the third key member of this project is the property owner, John Petticini. Mr. Petticini has been an Orange County resident for his entire life, and his company, J&P Development, was responsible for developing and operating more than 20 shopping centers throughout Orange County. And he has owned the Westminster property, which we were proposing as the site for this project for more than 20 years. Because of his decades of experience and his expertise, specifically in Southern California real estate, that has earned him a position on the advisory board of the Corky McMillan Center for Real Estate at San Diego State University.
Hi, my name's Alex Salatori, attorney. I'm speaking on behalf of John Pedicini, who could not make it here today. He's the property owner of 14022 Springdale in Westminster. Although he was not able to make it today, he's asked me to express his support for Megan's Organic Market. Mr. Pedicini has owned the property for over 2 decades and firmly believes that Megan's Organic Market will not only be an asset to the community, but will also contribute positively to the well-being of the residents. Their dedication to providing a safe and welcoming environment for their customers is evident, and he is confident that they will continue to uphold these principles as they embark on this venture.
Thank you so much, Alex. So we've talked about the who, and now let's focus on the what. What we are proposing is to open a medical and adult use storefront dispensary within city limits. And we know that it will be very successful here in Westminster. Our unique approach to cannabis retail, coupled with our stellar reputation and operational experience, has helped us to achieve 9 retail licenses throughout California. And Westminster, starting with our flagship store in San Luis Obispo, we have been expanding southward, and Westminster is an ideal geographical fit for our expansion. Thank you, Sarah, for operating those slides. Now let's talk about what makes us different from other cannabis businesses that you may have been into. So one of the most distinctive things is that Megan's Organic Market is a 100% women-owned company, which is exceedingly rare in the cannabis industry and definitely plays a role in the way that we run our business, especially in the brand aesthetics. What we have tried to create is a dispensary that we like to say that you could bring your mom to. We really specialize in serving new cannabis users, users with high medical needs, and users who require a good amount of education. Our staff receive hundreds of hours of training in the endocannabinoid system, modes of ingestion, and all aspects of cannabis use. We meant to be able to show a video which would give you a little bit of a glimpse inside of our stores, and what you would see is that our staff wear professional uniforms, collared white button-down shirts and aprons, which is quite a contrast to other dispensaries. You also would see that we have an open product layout, meaning the cannabis is not behind glass counters. It is out on the shelves like a regular retail store. We are doing our best to destigmatize the cannabis retail experience by making it as much like a regular retail store as possible, while not compromising in any way on security or safety. All right, so let's talk numbers. Bringing cannabis retail to the city of Westminster would have tremendous economic benefit for the city at a time when that is critical. So just to demonstrate that we are not making up numbers here, on the screen is a sample of our tax payments from our flagship store in the city of San Luis Obispo. In the calendar year 2022, we paid $1.13 million in taxes just to the city of San Luis Obispo. That is separate from the state excise taxes. and separate from the sales tax that goes straight to the city into the general fund. And we have some projected revenues for this project that we're proposing within the city of Westminster. Westminster has a denser population, and our project would be conveniently located right off the 405, so we expect it to perform even better than our San Luis Obispo store. And we project that it would do approximately $15 million in sales in the first year. And assuming a 6% cannabis business fee, which is pretty mid-range in the industry, that would earn the city of Westminster an extra $900,000 in the first year of operation to the general fund. So let's talk about the location. The location that we're proposing is at 14022 Springdale Street. It's at the intersection of Springdale and Westminster Boulevard, and it is directly accessible from the Westminster Boulevard exit off of the 405 on a vital transportation artery that serves 250,000 vehicles every single day. This location would provide convenient access and effortless entry and exit from the freeway from both the north and south. Here's a good picture of what the project looks like. It's in the corner, oh, there's the arrow right there, in the corner spot. The location has ample parking with 75 parking spaces. As I said, excellent freeway access and other strong tenants in the shopping center. It also comes with some a highly visible billboard on the property that we would have access to. All right. I also want to say, folks often have reservations about what dispensaries might look like. Will they be an eyesore? Will there be a big cannabis leaf on the signage or a big green plus sign? And I want to assure you that all signage that we have for dispensaries is tasteful, no cannabis leaves, no green crosses. From the outside, you cannot tell that it is a dispensary, and no cannabis product is visible from the outside. Now I'm going to turn it over to our Director of Retail Operations, Sarah, to talk about security.
Good evening, City of Westminster, Mayor, City Council. Appreciate you bearing with us while we had technical difficulties. Definitely appreciate your time this evening. We know it's a long one, but we are very passionate about this project in the community of Westminster, and we'd like to dive a little bit deeper into what we offer as an organization. Making sure our facilities are safe for customers and the community is a top priority for all of us. We work with Sapphire Risk Advisory Group, a top cannabis security firm in the nation. We'll have a secure vault room, advanced video surveillance, a security presence, overnight barriers, and a delivery bay for secure and discreet deliveries. That's not something that's required by regulations. It's something that we find is very beneficial to us as an organization, and it helps keep the passage of cannabis in a discreet and secure area. We've learned a lot from our other operations. From our experience, these practices not only make the building safe, but it makes the neighborhood surrounding it safer as well. Our team has already met with the folks from the police department to ensure that we meet their expectations, and we will continue to work together to maintain that relationship. We have a commitment to having a good relationship with law enforcement, and our track record in our other cities proves this very, very true. A little about Megan and Aaron and John. All right. So a little bit about our labor and employment. Our open concept brings something unique to our storefront, but it is our staff that makes visiting the store truly a special experience. Hired locally, our staff are highly trained professionals in their industry and uphold the MOM standard of excellent customer care. MOM will seek to hire local Westminster residents to staff our store and proposes to bring 30+ well-paying jobs to the city, with ample opportunity for internal advancement. As valued members of our team, an average entry-level MOM employee earns over $26 an hour, and we are committed to always paying the entry and mid-level employees a living wage. We also offer a full suite of benefits, including health, dental, vision, and 401k. As an expecting mother myself, this culture of care also lends itself to supporting working parents, which is incredibly meaningful to me. We make special efforts to achieve high levels of diversity and gender parity among staff with inclusive hiring practices and strive to create a welcoming and retail environment for customers and our team alike. We will have guaranteed hires of senior citizens, veterans, sign language interpreters, Vietnamese, and Spanish speakers. And further, we honor our veterans, whose stories of cannabis relieving PTSD were central to cannabis legalization in the first place. We require our security company to prioritize hiring veterans, and we have a goal of at least 80% of our guards having served in our armed forces. We know that we're better together as an organization. We have a volunteer program that we work with our teams in-house. We pay our teams their hourly wage to get out in the community and put their money where their mouth is, because we really support that as an organization. We will pay our employees to, go out and pick up trash on the freeway or pick up, their local park and participate in local events that give back to the communities that we serve, because it's something that's incredibly, incredibly important to us. Additionally, we have community sponsorships and involvement with local organizations, and we have history of doing good in our community. It's not just something that we, say in an application or say to impress. We follow up with it. Every month at our flagship location, we do a dinner for our homeless and unhoused neighbors at our 41 Prado center up there, and we cook the meal for them and serve it to them, and it's something that we've been really, really proud to do the first Tuesday of every month for the last 3 years that we've been in service. We also have a community orchard that we've planted to feed our community within the next few years and build some, sustainable meals and produce that they can take with them and serve them. We also have an adopted stretch of our Highway 1 up in San Luis Obispo County, and we go out there as a team every single month and clean it up, and it stays pretty pristine, and it's a very nice little gateway to the ocean out there. To talk a little bit about how we're kind of the best in the biz, Megan's proud to have strong relationships within the support of the communities that we work in. We were voted by thousands of community members and awarded Best New Business our opening year and Best Dispensary 3 years in a row. Being best in class also means having a strong compliance record. We are proud of our years-long record of being fully compliant across all of our stores and even receiving incredibly positive feedback about our operations as a role model for other cannabis programs in the state. Our team brings over 12 years' experience to the cannabis industry, and we're excited to bring our knowledge, thoughtfulness, and experience of our diverse and professional team to the community of Westminster.
Thank you so much, Sarah. And I just want to conclude by saying that cannabis sales are already occurring in the city of Westminster in two forms: illegal cannabis sales and from drug dealers and from illegal cannabis delivery services. And then there are also legal sales coming from outside the city, Huntington Beach and other cities that have legalized cannabis. And the city of Westminster is not benefiting from tax revenue from any of those transactions. And by allowing a licensed storefront dispensary within the city, we could change that.
Thank you, and kudos to you, R, for the great presentation. I do have a couple of questions for you, but at this point, I would like to open up for our council question and comment. Starting with you, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Megan, I appreciate your presentation today and your team. It's great to be informed. I'm happy the security is 24/7. That's very important, especially, we want to make sure there's no craziness happening. So I'm happy to know that you guys take precaution to make sure if that's what you guys going to do, you have different avenue to make sure it's safe in the city. So I appreciate that you present that. Now, I guess the first year, you say we will generate about 900,000, is that correct?
Yeah, in tax revenue directly to the city of Westminster, and that is assuming a 6% cannabis business fee.
Okay, I remember, Christine, during the budget, you mentioned about other cannabis that has present their slideshow as well. They say that they can generate about $3,000 a month for us. Is that correct, or about $3,000 to $2,000? Is that correct?
No, significantly higher than that, but I don't have that information right now from that presentation, because every business is different in terms of what their potential is, or what their audience is. And there was a presentation from another group that had slightly different numbers.
Okay, so it's higher.
But a lot, but yes, but
Yeah.
definitely.
Shrine group that you're referring to, or?
I'm sorry?
The prior presentation by Shrine Group?
Yes, it was.
Yes, I think so.
We need to speak into the microphone.
Sorry. It's Aaron Herzberg. My guess is that their figures would have been at least where ours were. I think ours are fairly conservative in nature. We simply assumed a 6% tax rate. It's very simple, and $15 million in gross sales during the first year, which I think, based on my ownership of numerous dispensaries and also Megan's and sort of the surrounding communities such as Stanton, Costa Mesa, and obviously Santa Ana, and now soon Laguna Woods, we kind of have a sense for how dispensaries will perform. I'm in the real estate development and cannabis real estate business. We kind of have a pretty good sense, and I feel I'm sure Megan would agree, we feel fairly firmly that 15 million is a really good measure and conservative measure of our first year gross sales.
So would you say it will be more than 900,000 for the first year, you think, would you predict?
The cannabis tax also doesn't include the sales tax.
Oh, this is purely based on the 6% remittance to the city. I think it's, conjecture at this point. I think that the figure that they were proposing is sort of just a best estimate. I think it's very conservative. It's very possible we'll do better than that, and that would be a good problem to have for everyone.
Let me, if I could, let me clarify that what they're saying is that the cities that allow it typically put a measure on to adopt a cannabis tax. And this is in the case of San Luis Obispo, they have a 6% tax. And so if the council were willing to change the law and make it permissible for cannabis to come in, that would be an issue that you would need to talk about in terms of adopting or putting on a ballot measure related to a cannabis tax.
Or potentially a vehicle called a development agreement, which would allow us to make certain commitments to the city and then essentially, without having a tax or a vote, allow us to commit to paying a percentage of our revenue.
Understood, yes.
Yeah.
So, City Attorney, do you think it's best to put it on the ballot for the people to vote on? Is that what you're saying?
Ultimately, that would be my recommendation. If that were the direction of the council, you first have to decide whether or not you want to allow it, and then talk about that issue.
Yeah, but the item today is just for receive and file, so we are going to get the information, and if we need to decide on this, we'll place an item on the agenda later on. So anything else from Councilmember West?
No, I appreciate guys verifying that.
Councilmember Menzo?
Thank you, Mayor. On one of your slides, I saw a number the first year, it says 1.3 million. Can you maybe explain that slide again?
Yeah.
Can you kind of hit that again, that topic?
Yeah, I think Tara's pulling that up. I'm sorry, Sarah's pulling that up. We wanted to give you some real numbers to show that we are not just dreaming here. Last year, in the calendar year 2022, we paid $1.13 million to the city of San Luis Obispo, and that is between their 6% cannabis business tax, and the city of SLO gets a small portion of the sales tax as well.
And then Westminster would get would be about approximately 900 conservatively? 900?
Conservatively in the
Nine-
first year, then we project that increasing substantially to 1.5 million in the third year.
Okay.
And I definitely want to emphasize that these are conservative numbers. We don't want to overpromise.
Yeah, I get that. And then, and you spoke about your staff and local hires, right? And that percentage of your employees, how many of that, did you say that would be local?
We aim to shoot for about 80% local
local
residents
residents.
from the city of Westminster proper.
Yeah, so you're talking about $25, $26 to start
Correct.
pay? So that's, seems like a pretty good job.
It is.
It's a very good job. We find we have a very low turnover rate compared to other retail stores.
And you spoke about crime, but I wanted to get staff, maybe city manager or police chief can kind of refresh some of the crime stats, crime research that we did, or our police, not we, because I wasn't involved, but our chief and your team did for the shrine presentation, because I think the stigma or the stereotype, I should say, with that comes along with the cannabis retail business. So can you refresh us on some of those numbers, please?
Yes,
If you
Councilman. We did do extensive research on that particular organization and how crime affected areas they moved into around the state. They had numerous locations. I can't remember how many, but they had a lot. There wasn't one location that we found where crime was increased. And we actually found a few locations that crime decreased. They had on-site security, so we think that helped. So the stigma of a cannabis organization that's well-ran coming into a neighborhood is going to increase crime there, was false.
Okay. So, yeah, I remember that being about, I want to say, 40 sites maybe that
If I can, no, I can add to that. So they had 20 open stores, and they plan to reach 40 locations by the end of 2022. At the time, based on their surveys, for a time frame of 7 months in 2021, they only had 5 calls for service. Only 2 of them were related to dispensary. And then the first 4 months of 2022, they only had 3. Only 1 call that was actually related to a customer in there. But there were, in 2018, in terms of violent crime, they had a 6% decrease within 600 feet of the storefront locations in San Francisco County, and a decrease of 1% within 600 feet for property crime. While the city had a 9% increase overall. That was not with that location. And then for violent crime, it was, city increase of 1% overall, but again, 6% decrease in violent crime. So.
Thank you. That's what I remember. So yes, and your presentation was nice. I see that the aspect that I also liked was the community involvement with you're part of become a family to your community with all the volunteering and just being, not just being a business its own. So it was a great presentation. I think you would be an asset for our community. And obviously, financially, where our community is needed for an injection of new tax revenue. So I think it's really something for us to really consider and to take serious, considering the financial situation that we're in, considering that, as you mentioned, the cannabis is currently in our community, but we're just not benefiting from it. Our residents travel outside our city and bring it back, and as you mentioned, we have quite a bit of a black market, illegal, that our code enforcement expends a lot of resources on our PD, resources to try to crack down on those illegal ones. So I think it's something that we must take very serious. So thank you. That's all I got, Mayor.
Right. Next is Councilmember. Do you have anything?
So we're just talking or posing questions to.
Yes.
And then later on we'll.
Question or comments? Yes.
Got it. Well, I guess, here, I just want to I want to have full disclosure that I did meet with the CEO of Megan's organic market. It was, might have been like, 6-7 months ago? It's been a long time. But I'm glad to see this agenda. I learned a lot, and I don't have any questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Thank you, Mom's team, for coming in to do the presentation. Thank you. That's it.
All right. Like I said, I have a couple of questions for you. Can you go back to the slide that you have the number of locations? Okay, and I know that the presentation that you concentrate on the performance of San Luis Obispo. My question to you is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 identified locations. Are they all up and running at this point?
They are not all up and running at this point. We have 4 stores open and 9 licenses in hand in various stages of development. We've just opened, less than a month ago, a store in El Centro, and less than 2 months ago, a store in Corona.
Would you mind to update us? How are you doing on those 4? And what about crime situation?
We have not had any situation with crime in those locations. We do have a location in Hollywood, which is open. As one of the members of the public mentioned earlier, there are a lot of illegal dispensaries around us. So there is crime in the form of illegal cannabis sales across the street from us, a couple doors down from us. It's very difficult to compete in LA because of that. So definitely we appreciate that the Westminster PD is proactive in its enforcement against illegal operators. But as far as crime goes, we've had no significant incidents of no theft of cash or property of cannabis products, apart from the occasional small shoplifting.
I have no further questions, but I would like to thank for bringing it to the City of Westminster, and kudos to you all again, and hopefully that we can take a look at this again. And at this point here, I would like to motion to file and receive, consider and file this presentation.
I second it.
Item.
Oh,
Okay.
did you motion? I second.
We have motion and second on the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, I have a motion made by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilwoman Fan West. This is to receive and file the presentation. Councilwoman Fan West?
Yes.
Councilmember Bonzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Abstain.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Okay. Next item is 5.4. Review our process for placement on the agenda items. And this item brought up by Councilmember West and seconded by Councilmember Ho. So, Councilmember West.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. At this time, I want to yield for Councilmember Ho to share her thought on it, and I'll go after her.
Oh, since I seconded, I think it might be good for you to go first.
Okay, not a problem.
But
I was
okay,
trying to.
I will go first. I just want to say, when I was asked by Councilmember West to second this agenda item, I wanted to see, and I basically want to put it on the agenda to hear what thoughts she has, or and she mentioned that some constituents made some comments regarding that issue, and so I'd like to hear. And so, in order for us to have the agenda, she would have to have a second. So I'd love to hear, just hear her out, and to see but I'm all ears, and I'm very open-minded, and I think we all should be. It's okay for her to change her mind, and it's okay for me to change my mind. And I just think that what we don't know is, what sequence of events happen between now and then, and then so that let's just hear her out. And I think I might be able to, I'd like to have the opportunity to comment further if I need to.
So
Thank you.
Councilmember West, she refer back to you.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I believe it is, important to be able to do city business as we always intended to move the city forward. And, of course, all of us were elected by the people and to serve the people. And I remember Councilman Menzo and Kimberly talking and advocating about this, how we should have fairness across the board and equality. And I think it's so important for us to be able to show to the public that we have this unity. When both council members come together to talk about different ideas to put on the agenda, we bounce ideas back and forth. And it shows that unity to the public and to our voters, because they mentioned to me over and over again that they are sick and tired of the division and the illusion of just the chaotic in our city. And I believe when we talk together as two council members, I believe that we will benefit the people in the city of Westminster here, and we will help the resident here, and we will do the people's business. And that's the reason why I think it's important for us to have, it's been working for us. I was able to talk to Council Member Ho, and it's a pleasant. That's how we're supposed to do as colleagues. We're supposed to talk to one another to make sure that we present things that will benefit the people of Westminster. So that's the reason why we want to put this forward, to do city business, but to have equality across the board. And I think that's very important. And I know the people respect that and desire that for our city.
Okay, any other?
I guess I'll go.
Councilmember Menzo?
So I'm confused. So it sounds like you're in agreement with the current policy that you enjoyed, that you have to speak to another colleague to place the items on the agenda.
What?
That's what you just said, that you...
No, I say it was great that we are able to work together to show the resident of Westminster that we are united in the front, and that's how we're supposed to be. As we understand in the past.
I just trying to clear, because it sounded like you were in agreement that you had to get a second, and you enjoyed speaking with your colleague, Councilmember Ho, in order to work with her to place it on the agenda. That's what it sounds like. But anyways, let me make a few other comments. Yeah, I mean, when this new council got started, one of the conversations was about, ending our meetings earlier, which for me, I think I'm the benefits the most, since I get up pretty early, and stop with some of these topics that drag our meetings to all hours of the night. And I'm glad that we cut back, but it seems to me that, this last few months since the new council took over, not to sit here because I don't want to pick a fight, because I'm not about that. I'm about progress and, like you said, move the city forward. But a lot of the topics that we've been discussing, Councilmember West brought forward with the vice mayor, and just a bunch of wasted time that we don't have control over state issues. We don't have control. It's just writing letters of recommendation, and those conversations just took on hours just talking about it, that absolutely did not benefit our community whatsoever. And here, this topic is again here for the third time. So currently, the current policy that we have now, Councilmember West voted for it twice, and here we are for the third time, spending this much time, and not only us talking about it, but residents came and spoke about it, and that took quite a significant amount of time of listening to all the residents who were speaking on this topic. So this agenda is also taking up a lot of our staff time, our time, public's time. It's just a big, not moving our city forward whatsoever. Some of the residents spoke about the differences between the district vote, us, there we're district elected, and the mayor is elected at large. And obviously, when this first item was first changed by the new council, when the new council came in, I wasn't a fan of it, but it was justified. I think I'm a reasonable person, at least maybe I am, maybe I'm not, but at least I think I am. I try to work with my colleagues and say, okay, well, you know, I heard you, listen to your points, and I agreed, and I myself voted for the current policy in February. And I'm fine with it, and it hasn't been a problem. The mayor, to this moment, has not brought up issues or agenda items that's just been controversial or big waste of time that not moving our city forward. The ones that I have seen, like I mentioned earlier, is other council members who have done that. So until I see evidence that we need to change it, then we'll revisit it again if need be. But at this point, I don't see why are we revisiting this topic again. So those are my comments, and it hasn't been a problem. Just leave it alone.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. And next is Councilmember Ho.
Yeah. Okay, so basically, as I said, I'm open-minded, and I wanted to hear more examples of reasons why we need to change the policy. I concur with Councilman Manzo that I haven't seen any, shall I say, frivolous agenda brought on by the mayor. But I know from the standpoint, I mean, that's only one point of view, but I wanted to hear more from Councilwoman West to see if there's any other reason why we should take a look at this and make a change. Is there a good reason? So that's what I'm hoping to hear from her. And then, you know, like I said, I'm sure this council, we've been working pretty well together, especially lately. I'm sure you all agree. And, you know, I'd love to, you know, that's why I seconded, because I'd like to hear, and I'd be the, you know, if I felt like, you know, the point that if you have a good point, I would, you know, definitely, you know, continue to support you. So I'd love to hear more, you know, on the issue.
Before I go back to Councilmember West, I'd like to go ahead and give the Vice Mayor a chance to go ahead and express his opinion.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is my response to Councilmember Menzo, since you brought up my name. I believe that you and the former Councilman Title are the most council members that wasted a lot of time and money of staff and people's tax money, not mine. Going back to item 5.4, since I got elected, I always, you know, I promised to myself and to the people that we work for the people to make the cities better. And I believe that, and this is on the record, if you want to go back and check for yourself. Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember Ho are the fighting warriors, last time to fight for the democracy, the thing that you fight like hell for. Not for the mayor to have his privilege to place an agenda on to place an item on the agenda by himself. Am I wrong or not? Okay.
Yeah,
so
no, I said that.
Don't tell me that. Just prove me wrong that you are not a double faces or double standard. All right. So, but the thing is, I think. The most important thing here, even though I'm not the second for Councilwoman Van West on this item, but I think this is very important issue for we, the council members, to sit together, to work together on every single items that we're going to place on the agenda. Okay, so if you place an agenda, an item on the agenda without a second, and then are you going to wait, or hopefully for other council members to vote for your item? Okay, but the thing is, I think to be fair. Because you guys are always talking about fairness, okay, I'm going to do something really, really fair here. I'm going to make a substitute motion for every single members of this council to have the right to place an agenda, to place an item on the agenda by herself or himself. So that's my motion.
I'm sorry, sir. I don't believe that we have a motion on the floor yet, so there is no substitute motion needed. So,
Okay, so if you have a motion, then I'm going to make that substitute motion.
Councilmember Menzo, can I go back to her? And then,
But I just want to clarify something first. Yes, Vice Mayor, you are correct. I was opposed to it. Like I mentioned earlier, and the first time I spoke, I did say that. I said that, and you're right, and I fought like hell, like you just said. But I also said that after listening to the rest of my colleagues, which is you guys, that in the sake of being compromising and working with my council colleagues.
Since when you have been so nice?
All my life. Ask everybody. Yeah, obviously you and. Obviously, you.
Thank you.
Obviously, you have no idea, no sense of what respect is. That's pretty.
I know exactly
obvious.
what it is.
No, but that is true. Yeah, I try to be as respectful as I possibly can up here, and I'll challenge any of you. Anyways, back to the points that you made. I'm the one up here that's been trying to work with each and every one of you. I voted along with each and every one of you at some point or another, and if you can check the record on that. So,
thank you very much.
Okay, may I continue?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I want to address Councilmember Menzo when you said it wasn't beneficial for the bill that I put on the agenda with talking to Councilman Nam Quang. Let me give you an example. I will remind you guys again, AB 743, which is the bill that the ACLU have put forth to stop our law enforcement from using the K-9 to go into scenario and situation where they cannot see and sniff out guns or drugs or the bad guys. That bill, because we sent it to the appropriate committee, and it was dead on the floor. And the people called to vote, and their representative heard their voice. And my job, I will remind you guys again, as your elected official, is to always present things that's happening in Sacramento because it does affect us. And
think,
always present,
Sorry,
Mr. Mayor, may I
think
finish?
I understand, but I just want to gear it back because I think you go off the.
No,
on
because
tangent.
I want to address
Because
him.
The AB is the item that you brought up, and you brought up with the second. So there is no problem with that.
No, because he said it wasn't beneficial. So it was dead on the floor because the voice of the people to inform you guys. That's my job. Now, I want to inform you guys, this bill is in the assembly floor. It's SB 94. It's basically reducing the sentences of those who is life without parole. Do you know how many police lives and their family will be in danger for those that they put in prison?
Again,
And now this is on the assembly floor. It's going to go to Gavin Newsom to sign. And they already have 500 qualified felony that's on life without parole will be released if this is passed. So I want the voice of the people to call your state assembly and call Gavin Newsom to tell him no. Okay? So I want to inform you guys on this. So the thing is that, hear me out, it's so important for us to come together with another council member to dialogue and to discuss regarding things that will benefit, protect our citizen, protect our family. But not only that, we can talk about things, how we can incentivize business to come in. Like, for example, marijuana, right? We can talk. We can bring up with another council to talk about it. Or we can talk about the homeless situation. So I think it's important fairness around the board.
Again, we are talking about placing agenda on the item on the agenda with the need of two people, and then specifically the mayor roles.
So, Mr. Mayor,
we're not talking about any items that specific item that we're talking about here. And I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you have the second for that one, and we discussed about that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'm just addressing what council member has addressed to me.
I highly doubt it. The state
So he's saying that what we put on
I highly doubt it.
is a waste of time and resources.
Said, oh, we better vote this way because Westminster.
Councilmember, I'm sorry, I have to cut you off right now because you are off on the tangent. But not go into the discussion. If you continue to talk about this, I'd like for you to gear back to what we are discussing today about the placing item. I don't want to hear you talking about the items that, AB and whatever. You had the second on that, and we are talking about placing an item on the agenda specifically for the mayor roles today. So if you continue to... If I... No. Are you going back yourself talking about the agenda? Then I will turn you on. Okay. All right. Go ahead.
Wow.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, of course, I'm addressing, question regarding Councilmember Menzo. So I addressed that already, that it is beneficial. So number two, we're talking, this is an ordinance that's already been put on. It's just a modification that instead in the first, it's only all the council member to have a second. This time around, it's all council member, including mayor, to have a second. And like I said again, fairness across the board is vital. And not only that, we show the unity aspect of working together. And I think it's important to always bring items up where we can bounce idea back and forth. And like I said, I know that you guys want equality across. We've heard people, the resident and your supporter wanted this. And I think it is important to revisit and to think about and to talk about it. And as I mentioned again, I think it is important ultimately to make decisions to help benefit the people who live in the city of Westminster. And that's why I think it's good to have a second on every agenda we're going to put moving forward.
I think that everyone have a chance to talk about it, and it's my turn. Before I go deeper into that, I'd like to ask the city managers first, and then we'll ask the city attorney. What is the privilege of the common practice privilege that the mayor has in terms of placing item on the agenda, and also in terms of the elected mayor of the city? City Manager.
So I've had the privilege of working on agenda placement items for the last 3 years. And just in some of the research that I've done in the past, there are probably about 8 Orange County cities that have directly elected mayors. Some of their privileges are different because they are directly elected at-large mayors. One of them being that the mayor is allowed to place an item on the agenda. There are, other cities that do have individuals. It just depends on what the makeup of the city is, but the mayor is allowed to place items on the agenda because it's a separate role. It's a different. It is essentially an elevated role in a way, and I know Christian, who's worked with more cities, can clarify this a little bit more. But in my research, the at-large mayors have had that privilege, and then across the state as well, there are cities like Calabasas and La Quinta and a lot of San Diego cities where it's a lot more prominent that the mayor is an at-large mayor is allowed to place an item on the agenda.
Thank you for your comment. And City Attorney.
I can't say that there is no state rule on the subject, and so it does vary city by city. Elected mayors are not as common. We do have some, such as Huntington, I believe Huntington Beach.
Costa Mesa, Irvine,
Yeah.
Garden Grove.
So it does depend. I think I have seen the mayor have the ability to put an item on, but this is really something for the council to decide. I can't say that there's a set rule that I've seen. I think the larger the city, maybe Los Angeles as an example, the mayor has additional powers that are given usually by charter when it's a charter city. So I can't say that there's a set rule here. This is really a council decision.
All right. I'm sorry, it's council discussion right now. I'm sorry, if I open it up, then I have to open up for everyone. So the next question that I have is, we had this in January timeframe, and we talked about this, and it was understanding because forever, I don't know that we have this item that the mayor cannot bring the item by himself to place this on agenda. I don't know that it never happened before. But there was a time that we voted for placing the item on agenda, and then the next one at the next meeting, I brought up the item, and I remember vividly that the council member Manzo mentioned about it and said that if we don't have this one, if we need to, then we can bring it back and then vote for that. Depend on the council decision. And we indeed bring back the items, and there was 5 vote yes for that item, including the council member West voted, seconded the item and vote yes for that. And since then, to be honest with you, if I remember it right, I was brought up the item last time. And then we still discuss today about the item that bringing the item to the end. And I don't know what I did harm to the city. I don't know. Until this time, I don't know what I did harm to the city. And then Councilmember West ignite as a Councilmember West to bring this item back, specifically, targeted, on me. Beside that, last time I didn't pay up to vote with them on their, firing the city manager. I think that's the only thing that I can think of. I may be wrong, but that's what I think. This is
You know, I
purely-
call to
Sorry,
question.
I respect you, and now please let me finish, and then you can.
I think
read
we're
it.
dragging it on.
But I don't see any reason beside this is a revenge from what I had done a couple meetings before. So, you know, I respect the council decision, but, you know, it does not convince me for what I did harm to the city or anything that ignite the council for bringing this item and then specifically target on me. So I'd like to go back to you for.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, it's not about targeting you. It's about doing city business, and I heard the voice of the people, and I think it's important, and I heard the voice of the council as one. They want equality across the board. And I think this is just a great way showing the public and our voters that we have unity and we're working together. And that is the bottom line, and that's the reason why I put it before on the agenda. So I call for question. I call to question, if we can.
Well, first of all, we had a motion. There was no second for it yet, and that was to allow any council member to put an item on the agenda without having to have a second. That's what I heard as far as the motion. Is that correct?
I can second it if you want. I mean, I'm calling to question. Let's not waste people anymore.
I guess the question is there a second for that motion?
That every
For a
council,
question?
yeah, that every council can put on the agenda.
Yours?
No,
Yeah,
you call
his.
for a question.
Well, I'm sorry, let me go back. City Attorney, are we taking a motion for call for question, or are we going back to?
Okay, we can't really have a call to the question because we don't have a motion yet.
You don't
So
have a
what I'm
motion and a
doing is I'm
second.
trying to see if we had a motion or not.
He has a motion, I'll second it.
Can you repeat your motion, please?
I'll go ahead and complete it for you, Vice Mayor. So I have a motion by Vice Mayor, a second by Councilwoman Van West. This is to recommend that all members of the City Council, including the mayor, can add an item without a second.
Right.
I second it.
Okay, I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman,
Hold on, we are not, there's a the
There's a
motion and
second.
second.
Yes.
We
Correct.
still have the substitute motion.
okay, did you make the substitute motion?
Before we go on.
No,
I-
that was substitute motion by Nam Quang. Mine was original.
No,
No.
you didn't have a motion.
Oh,
This original motion.
okay,
Okay.
that's perfect. Okay.
I just modified yours.
Okay,
Okay,
and
a
so,
substitute motion?
before I do the substitute motion or anybody doing the substitute motion, I want to make a final comments first. Again, I don't see why, because I didn't do any harm to the city. And I don't agree that this council continue to do, to bring this item that just wasting the city times and money, resources. Just, let's say that if I do something wrong, yet that I can't agree that this is something that you can go back and talk about it. I don't know why. I have not done, and ever since that we approved the item for the mayor to bring up the item, solely bring up the item, and until now, probably only one item or two items, like Councilmember Menzo and Councilmember Ho said that I have not done anything controversial. And why do I have to, why do this item come up? So anyway, I would think that I will make a substitute motion that we take no action on this.
I second it.
So we have a substitute motion. Can you go ahead and repeat that motion and roll call vote, please?
Yes, Mayor. So I have a substitute motion made by Mayor Nguyen, seconded by Councilmember Monzo, to take no action on this item. I'll go ahead and call roll for the substitute motion. Councilwoman Van West?
No.
Councilmember Monzo?
City Clerk, before I make a motion, I want to make a statement. I just want to make this clear so the community out there doesn't start gossiping about me. I don't want people out there to say, oh, you're changing sides. I want to make it crystal clear that I have no side. I listen to everybody's comments. Myself have voted with each and every one of you, my colleagues, at one time or another. As people saw earlier, I did not agree with the mayor on one of the previous agenda items. I listen to my colleagues and I try to be as reasonable as I can. And the reason I'm voting and the way I am right now is because I don't see a justification for changing. I did not like it when it got changed, but I see a need for it with this current council. So don't sit here and put labels on me that I'm with this person or that person, because I'm not. So my vote for the substitute motion is yes.
Okay. Councilmember Ho?
Yeah, I just also want to comment that, yes, I was the second person to second this agenda. Wanted to work with everybody, and as I said, I was all ears, wanted to hear. But I currently, right now, as it stands, I don't see a need for change, and I cannot justify the change in the policy regarding the mayor, that is. I am going to stay with the current policy, but if there's going to be a change for the better, then I would support it. And again, when there's a legitimate reason for that change, then we could always bring it back. But right now, I would go with the substitute motion.
Okay, so your vote is a yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
It's a no.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
3-2, motion carried.
Thank you very much. The next item is the late communication item, and this item was moved from the consent calendar, and the item is 5.5, award of contract for the Newland Street Water Line Improvements Project to All Cities Engineering, Inc. Project number P-2574. So if there is no need for a staff report, then I will entertain any motion there.
Motion to approve, Mayor.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion made by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to approve staff recommendation to approve the award of contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $580,950 to All Cities Engineering Incorporation, and that all the other bids be rejected, and authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $58,095 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city. Councilwoman Fan West?
You know what? Is this, say that one more time again? Sorry, Ashton.
Sure. So the recommendation before you is to approve the award of the contract to the lowest and responsible bidder in the amount of $580,950 to All Cities Engineering Incorporation, and that all other bids be rejected. Authorize a 10% contingency in the amount of $58,095 for potential change orders, and authorize the city manager to execute the contract on behalf of the city.
I abstain.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Are we on 6.1?
5.5.
Oh, 5.5.
So we're
I'm
on
looking at the
item
old
5.5, which was the original 3.13. Under consent?
one. Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
Okay, motion carried.
Thank you very much. Now we come to 6.1, consider the appointment of a council member to represent the city on the West Orange County Water Board as the second alternate, and approve the Fifth Amendment to West Orange County Water Board Joint Powers Authority Agreements. Open up for any question, comment, or else for a motion.
So, Ashton, so we just need a second alternate, is that correct?
Correct.
So I'm already one, so
Well, you technically have to adopt the amendment, approve the amendment first, and then by approving the amendment, that allows you to then designate a
I
second.
move to adopt the amendment.
I second.
Okay. Do we have to vote before we appoint? Okay, so roll call vote, please.
Okay, so I do have a motion by Mayor Nguyen, second by Councilmember Ho, and this is to approve the Fifth Amendment to the West Orange County Water Board Joint Powers Authority Agreement. Councilmember Van West is absent. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Okay,
So next is to appoint for a second alternate. And Councilmember Menzo already said that he's on the board. So who in the council wants to volunteer for this?
I can volunteer.
Okay, all right.
I've been on the
So-
board before, but I'll volunteer to be a second.
So I motion to, for Councilmember Ho to be as a second alternate.
Second.
And the second motion and second.
okay,
call
so I have a motion by Mayor Nguyen, a second by Councilmember Monzo, and this is to appoint Councilmember Ho as the second alternate on the West Orange County Water Board to represent the city. And we will go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West is absent from the dais, so Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
and Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
6.2, introduce the first, for first reading, an uncodified ordinance extending certain land use related deadline for entitlements granted in compliance with the Title 17 zoning code, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environment Quality Act. Any question or motion on this?
Motion to approve.
I second it.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Monzo, a second by Mayor Nguyen, and this is to approve staff recommendation to introduce an ordinance for first reading entitled, "An Ordinance of the Mayor and City Council of the City of Westminster, California, extending certain land use related deadlines for entitlements granted in compliance with Title 17 zoning code, and finding the ordinance not subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. Read by title only and waive further reading of." I'll go ahead and call roll. Councilwoman Van West is still absent from the dais. Councilmember Monzo,
Yes.
Councilmember Ho,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen,
Yes.
Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Next item is 7.1. Councilmember West is not here. This item is pertain to Councilmember Van West. And to be honest with you, we are down to comments from the city council. So, okay, she's back, good, just in time. So 7.1, appointment to city commission boards and committee, traffic commissioner commission for 2022-2024. And I believe that this is for your appointee. So do you have anything? Do you have anyone to appoint today?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I am appointing Kristen Summer to be the traffic commissioner.
Is there any objection to that? If not, then we can go ahead and I will second it and then go ahead and roll call.
Okay, so I have a motion made by Councilwoman Van West, a second by Mayor Nguyen. This is to appoint Kristen Summers to the Traffic Commission for a 2-year term, waiving any other applicable requirements. Councilwoman Van West?
Yes.
Councilmember Monzo?
Yes.
Councilmember Ho?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Nguyen?
Yes.
And Mayor Nguyen.
Yes.
Motion carried.
So we're now down to comments from the city council and agency member. We almost end. Hopefully that we don't have to vote to extend. So it's just 5 minutes. And well, I guess we can continue with this. But as promised the last time, I will go in reverse. So Councilmember Ho, you can go first now.
Whoa. No warning. Okay, no problem. Well, I am a little bit surprised I'm going first. I just want to say thank you so much, everybody, for coming out today. I really appreciate all those who stay late and who come on a regular basis to be here and to contribute to our city's progress. And I do believe that we are moving forward and we are making, a lot of positive changes and for the better. What else? Yesterday was 9/11. I know that, I hope, I'm sorry? Yes, no, Monday. Monday was September 11. And I did spend the day thinking of all those who died in that on that Monday on 9/11, and we are very lucky to live in this country, and so don't forget that, and always thank our first responders. And as I see, I think of those events, that event, 9/11, as well as many other events. Every day I get, I guess, comments or actually just items of interest, and I worry about the lives of our police officers, and I thank you for, being the first responders and taking care of us. And some of those very horrific item of interest. And I'm so glad that we did not hear any deaths or any injuries, or not that I could see or read about. So I'm very glad. Just want to bring that home to thank our PD every day that you lay your life on the line to protect us, and I thank you. So again, this year is another year that goes by, September 11, a very solemn day for all of us, and I wanted to, for all of us to, if we forgot about, to say a prayer for all those who died on that day, then please do say a prayer. It's never too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Nguyen.
Oh, it's me? My turn?
Yes.
How can we change the... All right. I think there's one thing that I want to say. I think about last week or the week before, Council Member Woman from West and I, we have a meeting with the PD. Thank you, our chief and all the officers that put together a very productive meeting. What we call the homeless committee meeting, right? Okay, to address the homelessness issue that we have in our city. So I just want our residents, the people out there, to know that we're here working really, really hard with the PD. Actually, the PD is working hard for you to address the homelessness issue. We understand that the homelessness is some very, very big issue out there. But here we do whatever that we can do. Our council members, our council have hired 2 new SLO, and they're working, day and night to address the homelessness. And we here with the council, Women from West, we plan to work with the county to ask them for our PD to have more access to the, what do you call that thing?
Beds.
Yeah, to the beds that we need in order for us to enforce the law, right? Thank you so much for that, and good night.
Councilmember Menzo.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I would like to echo the sentiments from Councilmember Ho. You know, we all, a lot of times we forget a lot of things that happened in the past, but we all remember where we were on that fateful morning. We all remember when we talk about it. You know, we remember exactly where we were doing, where we were. So yes, let's remember all those the victims, and also remember the individuals who ran into the building to save those folks that were in trouble. I also like to acknowledge and welcome and thank our Fire Chief Covey for his services at the horrible disaster in Lahaina. Thank you for going out there, and I'm sure it wasn't easy for you to be there. So thank you for that. And also echo the sentiments of Vice Mayor with this when it comes to the homelessness issue. Yeah, it's a big problem and it's everywhere, and just thank our staff for trying to do as best they can with what we have. And please be patient with at least me. I'm sure you get calls from everybody, but yeah, I mean, I know it must be frustrating to get calls or texts or whatever to my city manager as well. Thank you. Adolfo, Assistant City Manager, thank you. But yes, I mean, I know it's hard and it's frustrating, but please, let's just keep plugging away and doing as best as we can to try to ease it as much as we can possibly do, because I understand it's a difficult situation, but at the same time, we have to understand that our residents suffer as well, and they have just as much rights as anybody else. So we try to do the best we can and just try to move forward. But thank you for what you do, Chief, and thank you for our HLO team, our Be Well team, now that we have them out there. Thank you for all them, and let's just keep doing as best we can. So thank you, and especially with some of the residents spoke about this meeting, and we also had a couple other meetings about our parks. So let's just keep doing what best we can to clean up our parks. So thank you. Thank you, staff. Thank you, council. Thank you, Mayor, for all your work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Menzo. Next is Councilmember West.
Thank you. So I just want to, I echo all of you guys. Of course, September 11th was a big deal. 21 years ago, this happened. And the good thing is it brought Americans together. It doesn't matter if they were Democrat, Republican, we all came together to defend our country. And that unity was beautiful. And I think that's what we need more now than ever, is to come back to that unity. It was, a reminder this past Monday. So, but also I want to, echo with Vice Mayor Nam Quang regarding, our ad hoc committee for homelessness, and our police does amazing job. I'll say that again. You guys work 24/7, and you guys work hard to protect the city, and I really appreciate that. And you guys are appreciated. So I just want to recognize you guys tonight. And I know that there will be a lot of different programs moving forward in the next couple months, and I'm excited about that, Chief. And I know you guys will do an amazing job on those new programs to help reduce homelessness. And, you guys brought it to light that homelessness is not just happen. Homelessness, the core issue is drug abuse. And, and that's the problem, is that our legislature in Sacramento is putting Band-Aid, allow, our people who are homeless to continue to be on drugs. Drugs cause this thing. So it's important for us. I know the police, your guys' hands are tied. You can't address the core issue because of law in the state of California. And it's unfortunate. So I know that you guys have the resource you need here to kind of put out the fire, because of the restriction you guys have upon you guys. But then also on that note, I want to remind people that Sacramento is passing so many bills that are hurting our family, our freedom, and a way of life. And I mean, the rise in crimes, we've seen that, and the chief of police, you can testify that as well. The homelessness on the rise and addiction. And not only that, they slap us with SB 94, basically reducing those who are on life without parole, 500 of them. They're ready to be released. And those are dangerous criminals. I have gone into those prisons to just check it out, to see what's going on. My family members are law enforcement up in Pelican Bay. And I went into that prison. And when I walk in there, they want to just kill you. That's how they look at me. And, my family when we went and toured that facility. So if they're going to release them, it's going to be dangerous in our city. And we do have those who are on parole in the city of Westminster. If this bill pass, SB 94 pass, it's going to wreak havoc. So I just want to encourage you guys, if you hear my voice tonight, and you're the resident of Westminster, you're a parent, grandparents, please call your assembly member and tell them to vote no on SB 94. They will present it. They already have the third reading on the assembly floor. They'll present it again on the assembly floor this Thursday before they off for the season. So I encourage you guys to call them and say, please vote no on this, because this is a very dangerous bill. And then also, please call your governor, because it will get to his desk, and we don't want him to vote for this. But I think he's going to vote for it. So everyone have vote for this bill in the assembly floor, in the state senate as well. So we have to say no to this, guys, for the safety of our children, our law enforcement, and their family. It's putting their family in danger. So thank you guys for all you guys do, and the staff in the city of Westminster. Resident, thank you for getting involved in the civic responsibility and to vote. And our vote is so vital in 2024, so please come out and vote and make your voice heard. God bless you guys, and have a great weekend.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember West. And I'm last as always, and I'm happy with that. First, I want to thank you all for coming out and voice your opinion, as always. I just want to make sure that your voice being heard by the council, by the members of council here. Thank you for taking your time to be here until this moment. I know it's late, but you are here just because you have concern for the community. It's so sad that we see that the crime is increasing, not in the city of Westminster, but all around neighboring cities. I'm sure that we don't hear from them, but we as the mayor and council, we receive item of interest. Lately, many items that brought to our attention, and I know that a number of them that we have to address. I have to say that kudos to our police department, even though they are short of manpower, but they've been doing the best that they can to protect our community. So kudos to the police chief as well as the members of your staff. I want to go to item 2C. There's also another thing that I have to commend the police department. I believe that beside Councilmember Ho, I think that we were busy on that day, but all of the three council and myself were able to attend the event at the Boys Girl Club for the needy children. I know that I was touched when I was there, and I did talk to the organizer as well as my intention is to recognize them here at the City Council next meeting, along with our police. So that's what I plan to do, and I already asked her to supposed to be this meeting, but she is busy with other commitment, prior commitments. So it's going to be the next meeting. First is that I would like to let you know the civics things that I took up on myself, and I'm glad that I work with Councilmember Menzo, and I think he forgot to mention it earlier, and I will mention it here, that that the housing voucher is being given out by the County of Orange for all the cities in the city of Westminster, in the county, except for all three large cities which they already have the housing voucher, which is the city of Santa Ana, city of Anaheim, and city of Garden Grove. Unfortunately, we don't have that program in the city of Westminster, but here is a chance. They are taking about 12,000 applications, and excluding those cities. So, the people having more opportunity to, if they apply for it. And this is for the low income. And I believe that we all care for the people who need assistance or help from the community. So I, myself, and the team of volunteers, this is nothing related to the city of Westminster. So we took it upon ourselves, myself and Councilmember Menzo will team up, and we'll help people to fill out the application, those people who need our help. Of course, we have no authority to decide on who is qualified to, but only that we help to fill out the application and turn it in for them. And it will be select or will be drawn by Laurels, by the supervisor. The period is open from the 18th of September to the 29th of September. But Councilmember Menzo and I only can help on the 18th from 9 o'clock to probably past noon time, and hopefully that if you have a need or the people who have a need for this, please by all means send them out, and then we will help to fill out application. And if they can fill out online, they can go in and do that. Again, this is not from the city, and so don't call the city. If anything related to me or Councilmember Menzo. And also along with that, I know for those people who are applying for this housing voucher are low income, and these people, they also qualify for the free tablet. I said, see, it's very minimal contribution, like $11 to get the tablet for free. And that include with the internet. So this is very useful too. I know that I have been doing this for a number of people, low-income people in our community. So I would like to, Councilmember Menzo and I would like to do that on the same day. So send them out, and we are happy to help these people. With that, I would like to end it right
Mr.
here.
Mayor,
Yes.
I forgot to mention something. May I?
Yes, please.
I forgot to mention the good news from also from our PD. Last time we have a meeting with the chief and our officers. The chief told us that we are going to have a secret weapon to combat the crime, right? So this is I forgot the strategic something team. Yeah, in the next few months, we are going to have that team, that program roll out to help, our city to combat with the crime, right? Thank you, the chief.
And one last comment, the incident happened just recently, home invasion in the city of Westminster. I feel sorry for the family there. You know, it's a scary moments for them. I have to say that kudos to our police with the quick response after they heard that within the 3 minutes they are already there, and they were able to get the job done. Not completely, but part of it already done. So thank you very much. Thank Chief. Thank you to our police department. With that, I would like to adjourn the meeting, and our next meeting is going to be on Wednesday, September 27, 2023 at 6 p.m. Meeting adjourned.